and we just wait for the game to load. There we are. So, Grim, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody over from Grim, you probably already know me. If you don't, I'm Bear Anderson. I was just playing with Grim, and most of the time I am a variety streamer. I do a lot of action RPGs, action adventure, some shooters, but a little bit of everything. But that's what I mostly do. A lot of fantasy, a lot of sci-fi. So if that's what you're into, that's what you're in for. Anyway, thank you for the raid, Grim, and thank you so much for playing with me. Now you go, get yourself something to eat, and get yourself some rest. Meanwhile, we are going to continue the adventures of Theophania von Valancius. And I don't exactly remember where we were. Because, full disclosure, we are past hour 13 now, and I am starting to feel it a little bit. Oh yeah, we made it to Mundus Nullius, which I think holds the second of our worlds in our protectorate. And I don't think we've been here yet, so we're about to go in here and visit. Probably have placed more Thinky games at the front. Yeah, but this is just the way it worked out with when people were available for collabs and so on. We started out with Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think I could have played Baldur's Gate 3 now. I don't think that would have been possible for me, but I think this will be fine. No, it seems like I've already been here. Alright, my mistake. Let's have a closer look out here then. Oh, it's Mundus Valancius. That's where Dargonus is. So if I chart new routes, would I get a direct route from here? I will. Kinda wish you could have been here for Left 4 Dead 2, maybe even join in, but you were so exhausted yesterday. Bit of a day, not your stuff, not gonna talk about it, totally fair. If you are interested in seeing how it went, the Left 4 Dead 2 playthrough will be... We did 2 campaigns. It will be going up on YouTube. The VOD will be going up on YouTube. But here's the thing. Tonight, when I am done with this stream, it's very likely that the only thing on my mind is finding my way into a coma as quickly as possible. So, VODs probably aren't getting sorted out until sometime Sunday. So, tomorrow. So, at some indeterminate point tomorrow, practically never watch VODs. Yeah, me either. Me either. For me, the whole point of watching stream is the interactivity. Being able to interact with the streamer, being able to interact with chat. But I figured maybe Left 4 Dead was a special case. I don't know. I wanted to mention it anyway. Let you know you had the option. That is... There are some Eldari survivors. I am really split here. I'm really torn because I want to go to Mundus Valancius, which literally just means Valancius world, to Dargonus, but I also want to do all this other stuff. I also want to do all this stuff down here. Twitch is for interaction, YouTube is for curated, designed experiences. 95% of the time, I agree. There are some stream VODs I watch, but they are few and far between. Yeah, I want to go over here and do this. Yeah. Decision made. Do I not have game sound at all? I don't think I have game sound at all. You hear it. Alright, well, if you hear it, that means... Okay, I think I know what that means. Let me just sort that out. Sound options. Could just be turned up a bit. See, I don't hear sound at all on my end. So let me just... Can I test it? Alright. So we are having some issues. I think I'm going to restart the game. We're just going to save. I'm just going to try restarting the game and see if that fixes it. When in doubt, turn it off and back on again. Wait for the cloud to update. There we go. Now I'm hearing it. Now I'm hearing game sounds. They are a little low though. So I am gonna turn it up just a little bit. Also, Wheels of Honor, what's up? Isn't it like the middle of the night for you right now? Not that I want to discourage you from being here, I love having you here. On that note, you got a crash? Understandable, Jaegernaut. Sleep well, thank you for being here, and I hope I see you again later when you wake up. Unless you got better things to do, in which case, totally fair. Options, audio, turn that up. Might wind up dropping in, have errands to run and whatnot. Totally fair. Totally understandable.
Lord Captain.
Alright. Now I'm sure I am
Captain.
hearing game sounds. Right, let's get back to what we were doing. We were exploring a new system. Nittler! Good morning! I just finished playing Halo with Grimspace 8, and we have just started up Rogue Trader. My brain is really slow. I am definitely starting to feel the 13 hours I've been going. Was it nice? I loved it. I really like Halo, it turns out. Did you sleep well? What do we have here? Unidentified ruins. That sounds interesting. Ooh. We're going in with an away team. Alright, unidentified ruins. Now we're bringing Abelard, of course. And then the ruins might be Xenos in nature, in which case I want to bring both Heinrichs and Jay. I want to bring Pascal, because he is a specialist in all things tech use. And then I want to bring Argenta, because she is my demolitions expert, she is my awareness expert, and she is good at shooting shit. Or I could bring Solomon instead, but I think I want to go with this party. Unidentified ruins. Right, so before we do anything... You visited half of the optional locations. Okay. I actually thought there were going to be more, but I'm not complaining. Let's just level you up here. You get a talent. Oh, that's cool. It's the next melee. Okay. Oh, that's kind of shit. Take that. Go. Alright, formation. I want a two-pointed formation with you two. You two at the front and you two at the back. Like so. Yes. Alright, let's explore.
I offer up my thanks to thee, O Messiah, for granting me the ability to serve you as a predator whose prey is knowledge.
A predator whose prey is knowledge. That is a cool way of putting it. Oh, what have we here? Oh, this looks imperial in nature, I think. Vaguely resembles the architecture of the Imperium, and yet there is some subtle difference. Or maybe it's just because it's really old. Because, you know, the Imperium has been around for... That looks heretical. Alright, let's explore the rest before we worry about that. I think that is going to be something bad. Athletics 100. Oh, so we can climb in through the window instead. Okay, well, let's save before doing that. Abelard, give me a boost.
Is my observance.
What the fuck is this?
A new challenge for me.
Look, over there.
Cover the pattern. Activate the pedestal. That seems like a bad idea. Let's have a look-see here. A single look at this strange pattern is enough to send your mind reeling. Someone has carved a strange pattern on the floor. As you look at the lines, a fog descends over your mind. Human skeleton's curled up in an unnatural position. It is inside a void suit with a hole burned right through it. So... I think this is a really bad idea. I definitely don't think I should activate this. So of course, I'm going to save and then I'm going to do it.
One and it's done.
Is part of the trial.
Ancient called craze, monstrosities. Oh, it's like a puzzle. What did everyone just get? A fresh injury. Let's move to the side. Redirect the energy beam. Okay, so that's going up. 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 Going straight up. Okay, so can I interact with these things? Oh. Hello. It's just counting. Okay.
It's about time.
I find it kind of weird that I can't interact with any of these.
Halt! I noticed something.
Oh? What do we have here? A cracked vox. Let's have a look at this. A furious male voice is coming from the old vox. This is Captain Trevor Durhath calling the bullion. Get your asses back to the surface and get me out of here, you shits! My guts may be fused to my suit, but I'm not dead yet, no matter how much you wish it were otherwise. A moment later, the raging tone gives way to strangled rasping. Hey, can any of you hear me? Respond. I'll pay double. Just don't leave me here. Damn it, it was going so well. We even figured out how to open the first sphere thanks to the pattern on the floor. Yeah, who knew there'd be so much trouble with the second one? I didn't. They didn't either. Cowards. The moment that beam was directed back, I was already lying with my guts turned inside out, and they were running off with my goods. Oh, Emperor, you whore son, why'd you leave me like that? I'm scared. Oh, yes. No, I don't want to die. Not alone. Aren't you supposed to watch over all your children? Quiet, you lot. Shot it already. I can't even hear myself. The recording is silent for a few moments. All you can hear is the sound of someone pounding the shell of a void suit with a recording device. I'm cold. I wonder if I'll die from lack of oxygen, or will my organs give out earlier? The damned God! The damned Imperium! In the end, you will all serve the true masters. The human speech gradually deteriorates into an indecipherable mixture of howling and clicking sounds. Sounds like a wonderful idea. I have an idea. Okay. And then that goes here. So there. There. Open the chest. And find an ancient force sword. 14 to 20 damage. Whenever the wielder suffers energy, fire, power, or warp damage, this sword absorbs a part of that damage, reducing it by psi rating percent and giving them armor penetration. See what it looks like in his hands. I'm not sure that's better than the will to live he has. I mean, I'll take it. What does will to live say? Yeah, this thing giving him +4 toughness for each adjacent enemy, I think that's better. Because, like, how often is he going to take energy damage? Because it's, like, tiny. It's 4% reduced damage. It is a pretty significant amount of extra damage, though. But, no. I think I'll keep Will to Live. Because that seems to be more of a tank item. Alright, let's do the other pattern.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oh, I guess I only got to do that one. That's a shame. I was hoping to be able to do them both. Alright, well, I guess that is it.
None shall stand in my way.
Compared to naval service, that was barely
Now,
a challenge.
if I had completely free reign, I would go back to my ship and I would say, "Oh ship people, I want an orbital bombardment of the coordinates where I touched down. I want this entire place reduced to rubble and glass. Because whatever that bullshit in there is, it is blasphemous, it is hostile, it is heretical, and it must be destroyed so no one else ever finds it." But I don't think I have that option in this game. Right, return to void ship. Alright, we already discovered that. And before I do anything, save. Scan this planet. Rocky world. 2 adamantine. How much adamantine do I have? I have none. What's this? Wonders of nature. This lone mountain chain is composed entirely of a mineral with a shiny mirror-like surface. The mineral itself has no particular value for production, but its properties make this place incredibly beautiful. The sky is brilliantly reflected in the many surfaces of the plateaus, oddly shaped rocks, stone arches, and columns. The view is especially stunning on clear starry nights or when aurora trails dance in the sky. The enraptured crew have asked the Lord Captain's permission to visit this remarkable place. Sure, I'll grant shore leave. The shore leave passed without incident, and the ship's officers talked about it for weeks afterwards. Kibella spent hours wandering among the mirrored paths, marveling at the wonder of nature. She thanked the Domin for the opportunity to see incredible places so different from the darkness of the lower decks. Just because I don't have any, I'm gonna grab the adamantine. And then we save, and then we go check out these ships. We are fully prepared. As soon as you draw close to the unknown ship, it points its loaded cannons directly at you. Several other ships emerge from the shadows of drifting asteroids, tightly encircling you. Captain Xantha LaBouche offers a mocking greeting and a proposition. You can buy your way out of this, but the price must be to her soul's satisfaction. The outrageous suggestion sends your crew into a fury. You're in a no-win scenario. You can either enter an uneven fight and lose everything, or shamefully pay to save your skin, sacrificing only your pride. Alright. Well, I am first going to try and fight it out, because I do have a save. We're going to see just how uneven this fight is. Okay. Cobra class destroyer, Falcon class frigate. Another Falcon class frigate, that's rough. Cobra class destroyer. But I also have the Heartless. Is that it? Alright. That is not ideal, but honestly could be worse. How do I launch my fighters? Just having a look at except for your medicine, you're presentable now. What's up? How's the 13th hour going? It's going! I am starting to feel the effects. Not gonna lie. I am not completely unscathed. New heading. Okay, so let's try a vulnerability scan on this. Let's fire our Starbreaker.
Fire the launch factory.
And move to
The
here.
time has come.
Fire our Mazoa
This
Lance.
one's going down. The impure tremble.
Launch torpedoes.
Unleash your vengeful salvo.
Okay, so which side do I want to shoot with? It's 81, that's 99. Here.
Another
Here.
salvo.
Then
Lay in the course.
it might be, yes.
Leave their hulls strewn across the stars.
There we go. That. Don't need that. Right. Turn. That's pretty beefy. Shoot down the torpedoes. Oh, I don't get to control the Heartless. It just AIs. Okay. I can live with that. Okay, do I want to do anything? Torpedo control. There we go. That was totally worth. I'm not gonna swing run. I might use new heading, but before I do any of that, yeah, torpedoes are brutal if you can actually hit with them.
Fire the large batteries.
Mostly bounced off.
Macro
This
cannon,
might
volley!
kill them,
Return to active.
our enemy's defenses!
okay, that's one enemy destroyed. Ooh. Okay, I want to make sure I don't put myself right in the path of those plasma torpedoes. If I do that, I'll put myself there. And I could just shoot down torpedoes. Would swing run be better? They have that fire. Myself
The time has come.
break off.
Bleed them.
So we can have another turn. This might be bad. I might get hit by those torpedoes. The Heartless is going to get hit by those torpedoes. Oh. That is so much better. Okay. Vulnerability scan. Falcon.
Fire the
Someone
large
lands.
batteries.
The enemy's void shield has been nullified.
Starbreaker.
Bleed them. Annihilate them.
Torpedoes. Go here. Okay, hold on. We just go here. No, I'm not going to be able to. Go here. Do
Fire right
that.
now.
Mostly going to go into the shields. That's not really going to do anything. Unless we swing run
Onward.
out here, then do this.
Another salvo.
Ha ha! I am a tactical genius. Torpedo salvo's ready yet? Oh right, it has to be launched on a different turn. And it flew into the asteroids and destroyed itself. Oh, what a fucking genius. the Heartless! Oh, it's trying to escape. Well, we don't want to let it escape.
Macro cannons, volley.
No escape pods detected. No emergency beacon detected. No survivors detected.
Fire the lance batteries. Set the course. This
Just
one's
reach.
going down.
There we go!
I am amazed that
So much for an uneven fight. I feel good about that. I feel good about that. Tiny bit of hull repair. I don't know why my fighter deck didn't work. Let me just quickly Google that. Oh, okay. Okay. So, in battle, where I launch the torpedoes, there's a tiny button above it I can press to switch to launching fighters instead. Okay. Alright. So I was just not being perceptive enough. Okay. Let's try and chart new routes. Can I get a route directly to Mundus Valencius? No. And I also can't get one to Levella's Heart. It'll cost 3 to chart a course there, and then it'll cost another 2 or 3 to lower the difficulty. I think that's worth it. Lower it to unsafe. And you travel there. A trickle of disturbing news came from the Navigator's Sanctum over the last few days. Allegedly, there is a vast shadow following the void ship through the depths of the Sea of Souls. Mere hours before emerging in real space, the vessel shuddered. An unidentified leviathan had emerged from the roiling warp, wrapped its tentacles around the ship, and started squeezing, trying to crack the hull like an egg. Well, I will trust in my navigator. The ship's navigator engaged the warp monster in invisible combat by giving orders from the Sanctum Navis. By following the Astronomican's guiding light and struggling against the mighty alien will at the same time, the guide managed to pry the void vessel from the nightmarish creature's grasp and execute an emergency translation to real space. Minimal losses among the crew and new insights into the nature of warp entity. I gained back 2 of my insight. Nice. save to that. Ooh, a named planet, even though I haven't scanned it yet. Interesting. Well, let's start here. Destroyed ship. Three scrap boxes. Yeah, okay. We just got some scrap. I'm happy with that. I'm gonna go to Thessera last. I feel like because it's named, it's special. Let's check out all these other planets first. This is a gas giant. Any points of interest? No. A dead gas giant. What have we here? Oh, interesting colors. Lava world. With an unexplored curiosity. Amid the lifeless rocks and lava lakes, the ship's augurs have detected something resembling buildings. Ooh. There's something off with their outlines, but their presence in and of itself suggests there may be some valuables to uncover among the ruins. Well, obviously we're going to send a scouting team. The scouts are able to discern symbols of the Imperium on the buildings. Deformed and fused together by high temperatures, the ore mining structures tell a sad story. Centuries ago, the planet and all its riches perished beneath the radiance of the system's expanding sun. Well, I mean, it is like very close to the sun and it is a big star, so that makes sense. It's a shame though. I wouldn't have minded getting some of those riches. Is this another gas giant? Gas giant, no anomalies. This looks like it might be terrestrial. Oh yeah, this is definitely terrestrial. Is that a city? We have Promethium. It's only 3. We're gonna hold off on that. We're not made of extractiums. Alright, Thessera. Nothing. Just the planet Thessera. It's just a continental world with nothing. That's a little disappointing. Oh well, not every system can be a grand adventure. Let's see what routes we have from here. To both of these. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. Silbanikos, Neos Carditis, and then we backtrack and go to Mundus Valentius. That is what I'm thinking. So start with Silbanikos. Make that a little bit safer to travel. We got some space dust. Check out the space dust. 81% fuel. Not bad, not bad. Go check out this gas giant. Assuming it won't be anything. Yeah, just a dead gas giant. This lava world. That is a cool looking star. This lava world probably won't be much of anything either. See what we get. Yeah, just a dead lava world. This also looks pretty dead. Ooh, but there is 4 xenotech. Now, I already have a lot of xenotech, But I feel like Xenotech is very valuable, so I am going to spend an Extractium on getting some Xenotech. Then we go here. What does this planet have? Ooh, something unexplored. Idex is a planet of no particular note. However, the small station suspended in its orbit sends a distress call to your ship. The man in the hurried Vox transmission introduces himself as the planet's governor and asks for the rogue trader's assistance in a delicate matter. He promises to supply the details in a private Vox conversation. Alright, let's study records. What do we know about this planet? It appears Idex recently suffered a major coup. One of its noble families seized power and made outcasts of the former dynasty. Such plots are not uncommon, although notably Idex has become less prosperous under the new government. Alright, let's speak with the governor discreetly. The governor transmitting on your personal Vox frequency whispers that Idex's current authorities are not who they claim to be. There's been an uprising on the planet, and a heretical sect has seized control. The governor pleads with you to launch an immediate strike on the governmental palace. With their top tier obliterated, the new authorities will be unable to hold power. I have no way of knowing who is right. So the neutral in me is inclined to just back away. However, consulting records, it did say that the planet had gotten less prosperous under the new rule. So, we're going to take that as a clue that the current government is in the wrong, is the heretical sect. So we are going to acquiesce to this request and strike the governmental palace. Whoever was the planet's official ruler has been reduced to less than servo skull material. And we got a lot of heretic trophies. The governor on the station sends you his tearful thanks along with his generous gifts. Heretic trophies, oh. Alright, leave the planet's orbit. Maybe we did a bad, I don't know, but we're gonna save. We're not save scumming. We go with our decisions, whether good or bad. Alright, let's go engage the enemies of humanity. Let's see what we're up against here.
I lift up my voice in prayer
Eldari
for this
Shadow
vessel and its
Hunter.
hallowed guns.
Long range strike. Ooh, that was quite a lot of damage. Here's a second Eldari Shadow Hunter. Third Eldari Shadow Hunter. The Heartless moves. Then an Eldari Aconite. That might be a problem. Do we just engage this Aconite straight ahead? Yeah, I think we do.
Fire the lance battery.
Miss. unsurprisingly. Well, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closer. If I go here, I will be able to reach.
This one's going down.
Okay. Well, it removed its hollow bullshit. And if I go here... we'll be able to... yes, let's do that. Good damage.
Unleash our vengeful soul.
Oh, I forgot to do the fighter thing. Oh well. Let's just launch plasma torpedoes, that's fine. Do we want to do anything else? No, I think that is it. Hydrate, what a great idea. Thank you, Diamondback. Cheers. And posture check. Thank you for looking out for me. I was shrimping a little bit. Next time there's an ad break, I have to go make myself some more ice water. I am just about out. Alright.
Fire right now.
Proceed accordingly.
What's that? Shields are fully restored. Ew, we don't want that. So do we swing run? Or do we new heading? We new heading. It's gonna take us through there though. We don't want that. So we swing run. If we activate Arc Augury, then our Mizoa Lance weapon will actually be able to reach and miss because of their hollow field, but it's whatever. Plasma torpedoes move to here. Don't think they're gonna make it in time, but we're gonna try. No, don't shoot the Heartless! Oh, the Heartless firing back! Alright, plasma torpedoes. Get fucked!
This one's going down.
I'm gonna go into this, you know what? I don't want to. So how much closer do I need to get for this? Couple of spaces, something like this? Yeah.
Fire the lance batteries.
Go. Can I? Ooh, I can get to here. Then I can fire on both of them. However, before I do that, I want to get to here. Kibdalos! Hello, welcome! I want to launch some fighters here.
The time has come.
Oh no! Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. Damn it! Damn it! Hello, Kiptalos.
Torpedoes.
Yeah, no, I can't shoot it. I can still do this at
Lead
least.
their hulls strewn across the stars.
Ah, I screwed that up. Oh no, my fighters got blowed up. Alright, the Valkyrie.
Lay in the
Here,
core.
see what my options are. That will be able to reach. I go here. That won't be able, that won't be able. That'll be able at least.
Lead them.
And then launch another fighter wing. Reach of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes!
A barbaric display. I am surprised we survived.
What do we get? Some Wraithbone fragments, some intact solar sails, and an X38 Auspex multi-ban. Let's see, 80% hit chance, 5% crit chance. Switch out for 90% hit chance, 10% crit chance, and in providing allies with targeting data, increasing their lance weapons and macro cannons. Oh, that's amazing. Yes, please. Also, I don't think I heard that blurb. I think you guys might have heard it, but I don't think I heard it. Let me just check my settings here. Yeah, you guys heard it. I do this.
Oh my.
Yeah, now it also plays for me. Good. Everything is working. Apparently, during the same stream, going from headset to speakers does confuse it a little bit. It does mess it up a tiny bit. But that's okay. Nothing serious. Right, back here and then up to Neos Caditus. Going to reduce that in danger a little bit. Alright, doesn't look like we have any space battles coming our way. That looks like just a dead rocky world. However, we have Phlogiston. Go away. Phlogiston, which we have 2 of, and we have adamantine. I am going to take the phlogiston and leave the adamantine. It's planetoid. Ooh, a smuggler's cache. Tiny bit of icons, plasma cells, some flugs, detox. Nothing special. Right. One plasteel. I am not spending an extractium on one plasteel. Fuck off. We have here. The tiny colony is buried in an enormous yawning pit, the edges of its civilian structures barely visible even from the shuttle. Explore the surface of the colony. The settlement was destroyed when the ground swelled up under it. The forlorn bones of dead colonists are strewn amid the rubble. On the edge of the crater, the scouts discover a tunnel entrance. Apparently there was an explosion in the cavities beneath the town, whose unsuspecting people fell instantly into the chasm that opened as a result. Near its gaping maw is a shuttle, overturned and blackened by the blast, forever motionless. Let's see about that shuttle. Lying next to the shuttle are empty bomb containers and corpses clad in characteristic armor. The Voidcraft belonged to the Adeptus Arbitis. Surviving records suggest it was the arbitrators who planted the explosives and collapsed the tunnels on top of the dwellers. Searching through the papers, you find the demolition plans. The arbitrators knew that detonating the tunnels would bury the colony, but prioritized eliminating the criminals over preserving the lives of ordinary settlers. The documents also include a map of the Coronis expanse containing encrypted data. It appears the arbitrators were aware of another smuggler's cache, but in a different system. Take the tunnel. Ooh! We found some miscellaneous cargo worth 1 full cargo exchange. And also a living snare. Deep beneath the rubble, the scouts uncover the remains of warehouses, depots, and a veritable maze of suspicious tunnels gated with airlocks. Judging by the flattened containers with half-effaced markings, the impressively vast subterranean city belonged to a smuggling syndicate. Cybermastiff key characteristic. What is this? Gains 15 weapon skill and strength and deals 150% more damage. Attacks of opportunity against the apprehended target always cancels the target's movement. Critical hit chance is increased by Overseer's dogmatic rank. Okay, that seems stupidly good. Let's just get that equipped right away. Where's your dog, mate? There he is. Oh, we also have this, combat algorithms. Oh, that is not nearly as good as Living Snare. There we go. Fucking dog will fuck you up. Also, this is way better. Anything else I want to equip? Force pattern torpedo tubes. Mortis pattern. Oh yeah, it's the same, just short burning. It's better. 221, 421. That is maybe better. So this goes to cargo. This goes to cargo. This goes to cargo. These two go to cargo, and this goes to cargo. Then we repair. There's a bunch of people living down there. Yeah, well, some of them are smugglers, so we're gonna kill them all indiscriminately. So we're done here, we're done here. I'm just gonna see what routes I have. That, okay. Yeah, so we're sticking to the plan. Bam, 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 and then up to Mundus Valentius. Emergency aboard the void ship. A foul warp entity has pierced the thin veil of the Geller field and spawned unimaginable beasts of unnatural hues. Sounds like pink horrors. The Vox systems are picking up the crewmen's screams and the warp fiend's loathsome giggling. The situation demands immediate intervention. Directive for the Final Fantasy VII Remake has said turn-based RPGs are losing popularity. Yeah. I feel like if you want to relive Final Fantasy VII, you probably want to relive the turn-based. Honestly, I feel like the Final Fantasy VII Remake kind of underperformed. Like, when they came out, there was like a week's worth of hype, and then everybody forgot about them. So, without having played them myself, I am of the impression that they were kind of mid. The rogue trader and her retinue will personally go and face these contemptible foes. Alright. Abelard, of course. I'm thinking I won't bring any Psychers. And the reason I'm thinking of not bringing any Psychers is because Veil Degradation is probably already going to be terrible. So what I'm going to do instead is bring Gun and Gun. And then Cassia and Iliad. It's the any key. Alright, formation. I want something like this seems good. Actually, yeah, I want you back here. Actually, I think this is better. Like so. Starting to think a lot of devs actually hate video games. Yeah, maybe don't hate video games, but just hate games that aren't their particular idea.
Purge the unclean!
I think it's a matter of a lot of devs see themselves as the only person to ever have a creative thought. And anything that came before that isn't what they came up with is just dog shit. And only their ideas are worthwhile. Put up a lot here. You up here. You down here with Abelard. Doggy here. Cassia. Here. Skullface here. And Iliot wants to be all the way back here. No, I think that's too far. Here. Alright, Solomon. Using the shotgun. Yeah, exactly, Aurelio. Someone who loves the original and wants to build on what made the original beloved. So do we just focus this one down? So, just reminding myself what this guy can do. Okay, so if we activate advanced tracking, then send it to apprehend this guy. There we go. Then we double slug.
It won't take long.
Then apply to bites or slashes. Then we could run and gun and basically do that again. I think that's
The order is clear.
Run and gun, but I like my positioning, so I'm just gonna stay put and do this. And Glytor might finish it off, and then we get a couple of blues spawning. That is still very okay. Fire. Oh, that wasn't too bad. That was a problem. What does Twisting Path do? Alright, Iliot. Okay, who has a good opening? I think this guy has a good opening. Just gonna try and get rid of him, I think. Okay, so perfect spot for the extra ballistic skill. Let's see, we're gonna Death Whisper. What do you have for dodge? You have a lot of dodge, alright. Poised to strike. Death Whisper. Analyze enemy.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Then a Deadeye shot.
I understand your intent. Ancestors guide me.
Then he will be dead before she gets her next turn, so then in my sights on this guy. Don't throw fire at my dog. Don't hit my dog. How dare you? It's gonna go here. He is going to gaze. So. Then she is going to voice of command.
I am a navigator.
Skull,
not a
blocking
servitor.
everybody. Then she is going to bring it down on Solomon, I think. And Solomon with his 2 action points. Ooh, that's gonna hit his dog. But I think that is worth it. If it's gonna hit his dog, I want to do it like this instead.
Understood.
Oh, I didn't hit the one I wanted to hit. Alright. Torrent Fury. No. Just reload.
Accepted.
Now, Abelard. Can he charge here? I think he can. But if we sworn enemy this guy, then charge him.
do my duty. At your beck and
Then
call.
brace for impact on everyone. That is Cassia's turn done. Then Abelard takes his actual turn. You will once again sworn enemy. And then slash it,
Back and took care of this one.
killing it. Can I challenge this guy? No, it's too close, unfortunately. Then endure. Love when I stream this game. I love it too, Luminoth. I really like this game. Then force distraction on the dog. Oh, Argenta is basically just gonna try and deal with this pink horror over here. Mark
do it.
as prey. Furious Recital, of course. And Call the Bold.
Doubt is for the weak.
Then full burst. Let's
Faith
go.
without deed. You emperor.
Go.
I'll do it.
Run and gun. Move to up here.
Rejoice in battle. As
Finish
the
this guy
emperor.
off. Now she can't shoot because she is cornered.
Doubt is for the
She
weak.
dashes to here.
I am
Uses
his
Firearm
will
Mastery.
made manifest.
Who's this
Faith
guy?
without deed. Strike
Kills.
is a prayer.
Who's this guy? Kills? No, but good damage.
I'll do it. As the emperor commands.
There we go. And then back over
The
here.
enemies of the emperor will be undone.
They're just gonna gang up there, but that's okay. Aha! Dodged, motherfucker! Teophania, I think Teophania is gonna kill this. You know what? Before we do anything else, let's just see if that is the case.
Nothing I can't do. There's nowhere to hide.
Oh, why did that only do 2 damage? With the twisting path thing? Might be. Right, in that case, I think I have it under control down here, so I am
Already
going
done.
to do this.
Doubt is for the weak.
There we go.
I'll do it.
And slaughter. And mark you
As the
as
emperor
prey.
commands, I act.
And sure, raid. Teophania has 2 action points left. Abelard,
Suits my
serve me.
purposes.
And assign this as an
All too
objective.
easy.
And inspire.
Suits my purposes.
Then it's Solomon's turn. Make the last prep for magic event. Alright, Niddler. have fun at the club doing magic. And I will see you next time. I can't get to it. It's too far. That's a shame. I think I'm just gonna get rid of this blue horror then.
Hold the formation.
Let's see.
I'll take it as a priority.
There we go. Can I now apprehend this guy? No.
Clarify your order.
Line of sight. Well, in that case...
Let's
Protect
test our
Avalon
skills, Greater.
for now.
I move swiftly to strike.
Elliot.
If I must. I am not your seed. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
And analyze. And Deadeye shot. And in my
This tedium is
sights.
beneath me.
Alright, Cassian. Use her wolf gaze.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And
Me?
bend reality. And
Isn't this a job for the
bring it down
serfs?
on Avalon, because then Avalon can charge here. Plato follows. Good, good.
It will be done.
Do I want a daring breach? I think I do.
No
Daring
matter the
breach.
cost. Reduce the dust. My place is at the
Here.
fort.
Then I can do this.
At your beck and call.
And then I can do that again.
Target well struck. A soldier would have been disciplined for such a
Follow up with
performance.
the shield bash. And that is Avalon. Then Solomon. Can maybe finish this off?
Understood. One less.
Yes. Wonderful. That is Cassia's turn. I already have Heroic Act again. I could Finest Hour. Seems overkill, but okay, Finest Hour on Avalon.
I shall
It will
prevail.
be done.
Whack.
Follow
To
my lead.
here. Don't worry, Argenta.
Hand in hand.
Abelard will save you.
Indeed. An exemplary strike.
Anything worth looting down here? No. Alright. So much for the warp incursion on my ship. Also, I was completely right not to bring any psychers, because it played out exactly as I thought it would. Right, let's move here. Oh, I should have saved. Oh well. While traveling through the Immaterium, the crew on duty in Loading Bay 7 heard what sounded like the hissing of a giant snake. The terrified workers sent out a Vox message, then locked themselves in a shipping container and welded it shut. The response team sent to the bay found no signs of warp activity. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the workers had suffocated. A tragedy. Alright, save here. Let us go to Dargonus. Make the route a little safer. A fire broke out on one of the decks during the warp voyage. The raging disaster consumed the entire chamber, destroying precious cargo and damaging the interior plating. No guilty parties were found. While clearing out the rubble, a few people claimed the soot on the plasteel beams formed lines in a cryptic alien language not known to humans. The delirious workers were executed and their bodies disposed of in the proper manner. Harsh, but okay. Do I need to make repairs now? Yeah, I do. Alright, save and visit Mundus Valancius. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman on the line. I can report that the quest for the capital world of the Von Valancius dynasty is finally at an end. Dargonus is straight ahead. We have received countless greetings. Your subjects would like to know when their mistress will be arriving. The merchant captains taking refuge in the orbital docks of Dargonus race to send you priceless welcoming gifts, hoping to buy you favor and make an impression on the rogue trader. Tell Dargonus the rogue trader is coming home. It will be done, Lord Captain. After the connection to the Master Helmsman is cut, the device crackles with Heinrich's voice. Lord Captain, I will be pleased to accompany you during your visit to Dargonus, so I can personally introduce Achilles Scalander, a servant of the Golden Throne who previously attended Lady Theodora on Dargonus. I am counting on your benevolence. The Voxcast ends with a click. That was very curt. Alright. So I am going to go to Dargonus, but I'm going to check out these other planets first. Just to make sure I'm not leaving anything on the table for Phlogiston, but I think I'm okay for Phlogiston for now. So we're not going to grab that. The lava world, anything of interest? Nope, just a dead lava world. Oh, what did you say? Can I get that again? How did this world look before it was enveloped in this fiery shroud? Was it your ancestors, Elentach, who disgorged its core in some ill-considered act? You know what, Elliot? Yes, it probably was. Gas giant, anything of interest? Nope. Let's check out this Adeptus Mechanicus ship. What is an Adeptus Mechanicus ship doing orbiting my capital world? Lord Captain, a transport shuttle bearing the markings of the Adeptus Mechanicus is approaching the ship. Magus Tarzus' delegation intends to board our ship and gain an audience with your ladyship. This is exactly how they phrased it. He intends, not humbly requests. Many of my tech comrades neglect diplomacy when interacting with the laity. It is regrettable. What do they want? The honorable servants of the Omnissiah have ignored our request. Such arrogance is hardly trivial. It appears to be part of their intimidation tactics. Well, I'd better receive the delegation. It will be done, Lord Captain. Requesting permission to be present at the audience granted to my tech comrades. Absolutely, Pascal. Of course. And of course also my Seneschal. Who else do we want present dealing with the Adeptus Mechanicus? How about Jay, the person who peddles alien tech? No? That's a bad idea? Okay. How about the actual alien? Also a bad idea. Okay. How about this? How about the interrogator? My soothsayer, who sometimes has visions that are helpful to me. And Cassia, who can see the colors of people's souls. And hopefully that way uncover their motives. That seems like a good, strong diplomatic delegation. Hey, Lotan, welcome back! Insomnia did knock at your door. I'm happy to have you back, Lotan, but I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. Hopefully I can bore you enough that you can go to sleep soon. How about that? Wait, Opticon 22? I remember Opticon 22. That's the guy I talked to on Footfall. What is he doing here? The Right Honorable Magus Tarsus. A group dressed in the crimson of the priesthood of Mars walk toward you. Their gazes are fixed on Pascal. Ooh. You note that the group is not monolithic. Some of its members are more heavily armed and follow a large tech priest clad in battle armor. Others keep a respectful distance and cast inquiring looks at their own leader, whose hunched posture belies his tall frame. Despite the hood hiding his face, you recognize him as Opticon 22, whom you encountered on Footfall. Tarsus. The enormous tech priest points his hand at Pascal and lets out a booming roar, not unlike a factory alarm. It makes your very bones vibrate. Herald servo skulls marked with the emblem of the cog follow in his wake. They blare shrilly. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic in thy forge, for rust begets rust. Pascal Hanuman, in the name of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you are under arrest. The hunched servant of the Omnissiah turns to you. Diplomacy mode engaged. Announcement. The Adeptus Mechanicus offer their apologies for, would like to inform you the necessity of, conducting an operation to detain/arrest/terminate a faulty unit on the Rogue Trader's territory. Let's study these two tech priests. You identify the rare armor the enormous tech priest is wearing as a Secutor's plated mechanized suit. It carries the imprints of many battles and has markings that announce its status as a relic. Some of the armor's damage look fairly severe, to the point of endangering its operation. Interesting. Good to know if I need to fight them. The slivers of flesh revealed under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and then, convulsions shake the tech priest's body. A painful sounding hiss comes from his vox. The tall tech priest who spoke to you looks more peaceful and makes a point of not drawing his weapon. There is an air of concern about the way he frequently glances over at his fellow, scrutinizing his condition. On what charges are you trying to arrest a member of my retinue? This heretic is accused of stealing personal identification codes, spreading tech heresy on the world of Kiava Gamma, and making an attempt on the life of a servant of the Omnissiah. The deafening roar from the tech priest's vox makes you grimace in pain. You touch your ear and notice blood on your fingers. The faulty unit will be removed. In the name of the Omnissiah, I condemn you! Lightning flashes across the warrior's armor. Agony resounds in the blare of his vox alarm. In contrast, Pascal speaks quietly and coldly. You are malfunctioning, Tech Conrad. I deem your logical conclusions questionable. The statement is false. Tech brother Tarzus Hanuman is willingly undergoing holy torment / deterioration, which however does not affect / does not critically affect his cognitive capacity for data analysis. Unit calling itself Pascal Hanuman, we have information that implicates you. Having learned that you are a member of the retinue / a maintenance specialist in the service of rogue trader Van Valencius, we have come here with the goal of meeting you / intercepting you / engaging you in combat. Wait a minute, what is happening on Kiava Gamma? That planet belongs to me. According to Vox interception data, the planet's fabricator sensor made incorrect / blasphemous modifications to manufactorum working procedures, which qualifies as a lapse into sacrilege. The Adeptus Mechanicus are hereby officially notifying House von Valancius of having commenced an investigation into / operation to remove fabricator sensor Cubis Delphim. Estimated time to procedure completion, 3.7 solar years. Okay. Our data suggests that the unit which used Magos Explorator Hanuman's identification code performed an unauthorized upgrade on the planetary Vox array and introduced data deemed to be scrap code into its operation. This fact points to the unit's criminal complicity with the heretic Cubis Delphim. What do you have to say to this, Pascal? Pascal replies firmly, his vox crackling with a hint of indignation. I deny these charges. I never plotted against my tech comrade. My cognitive purity vows were never distorted. My unique identification code was never stolen. I am the true Magos Explorator Hanuman, and I am not guilty. The tech priest's deep, guttural roar blends with the servo skull's high-pitched whine. False witness! Do you have proof that this tech priest is who he claims to be? Confirmed. According to the archive entry 1E-99237, Magos Explorator Tarzus Hanuman served on / maintained the ship Identifier Classified in the capacity of a reliquary caretaker. He sustained extensive damage to both the organic and the sacred part of his body in a series of sacrilegious breaches of the right of operation / an assassination attempt. Describing an assassination attempt as a series of sacrilegious breaches on the right of operation is hilarious. I love the Adeptus Mechanicus. Owing to a statistically fortunate coincidence / by the Omnissiah's grace, enough of his operational capacity was preserved for him to don a Goliath model sacred battle harness, which would preserve his vital function / functionality. Archive entry personally data sealed by the captain of the Identifier Classified. Sounds from the tech priest's vox is like the moan of a bending steel beam. A servo skull declares, "For vengeance I thirst as I tread the path of vengeance, following a blasphemous miscreant's bloody tracks." Analysis of the security system showed that the assassins / heretics infiltrated the reliquary using Tech Brother Tarzus' unique identification code. Someone had stolen / duplicated Brother Tarzus' identity, which is a grade 3 transgression, and the unit making the allegedly criminal claim of being Pascal Hanuman is known to have previously used / entered the stolen code. Well, I am not handing Pascal over to you unless I see hard evidence. Let's get to the bottom of this matter together. Request approved. Ready to work in cooperative mode. Tarsus gives you a haughty look and lets out a howl of wrath. Archiving. Tech Brother Tarsus opposes lay participation in the investigation/search for truth. The unit Opticon 22 advises in favor of the House von Valancius representative's participation request. Well, Pascal has accompanied me on my travels for a while now, and I can swear to it that he is no criminal. Request for cooperation reviewed and accepted. I request Tech Brother Tarsus' consent to the co-participation of representatives of the House von Valancius dynasty in the investigation proceedings. A sacrilegious conspiracy. I refuse help from laypersons. I am a cog of the Deus Mechanicus that grinds down corruption, and I will carry out the sentence immediately. Pascal freezes, but green sparks light up in his visor. He extends a hand towards Tarsus and replies in a clanging voice, "Let the cycle be discontinued." You realize Pascal's words are coming from both his own vox and Tarsus's. Then every sensor on the executioner's battle harness light up at once, blindingly, and the wounded armored Leviathan lets out a deafening roar of pain. Attention! Priority notification. Service units of the Copper Thread supply line are unauthorized to confront the rogue trader. Command, retreat and reinitiate negotiations. Oh, combat?
I won't heed your cries
Yep,
of mercy.
combat. Alright, what are we dealing with here? Tarsus. Iskatari. Alright. Well, I would like to go here. Abelard starts here in cover, ready to go. Pascal. Pascal over here in flank. Phoenix here. Idira. Here, so we can put you over here. Yes, and put the skull. Oh, the skull forward a little bit. There we go. And Tarsus immediately charges Abelard. Beautiful. That is exactly who I want him to be fighting. Charge Pascal, that is fine by me. Tying up my actual melee characters in combat. Alright, Idira. So that will be an attack. So what else we have here? Elusive Shadow. Lance Macabre. For the opening. Joint Analysis. Sensory Deprivation. Okay, let's cast Sensory Deprivation on Tarsus.
Brace yourself, Avalon!
Oh, we got a Perils of the Warp. Still, we blinded him. Let's analyze.
Was that you? Or
And then joint analysis,
Will
so
do.
others can use it as well. Then consign. So the next attack against him will be a crit. And then forewarning on
Will do.
Abelard. And turn. Oh, and you're going for Heinrichs. That's perfect. You're going for Abelard as well? That
A
is
soldier
just
would have
fine.
been disciplined for such a performance.
Alright, Cassia. Sure, she wants to take that opportunity attack. So here's what I'm gonna do. Voice of command.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Bring it down.
Isn't this a job for
Avalon.
the serfs?
Avalon has 2 points. He is going to cleave
At
to
your
these
beck and
2.
call. Grey hair, sure hair.
Like so.
An exemplary strike. Lesson learned.
Then Heinrichs gets a free turn. Heinrichs is going to fire on himself.
Captain.
And then he's gonna do a regular. Yeah, he's gonna endure, and then do a regular attack.
I won't object. Nothing stands against me.
There we go. And then can I kill this servitor? He only has 26 health. With a bit of luck.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Wasn't quite enough. Then we use Glimpse of Fate
this a
on
job for the
Heinrichs. That is turn. Next, Pascal. Just see the servitor. Yeah, I think we are going to Machine Spirit Banishment, the servitor. And then we're just going to actually fight the Skitari. So, analyze the Skitari. Mark the Skitari as prey. Then the attack that inflicts bleeding.
Combat is an equation.
There we
Your
go.
life is a
Oh,
vegetable
it's
variable.
back. Interesting. Toxic Needle. Might as well do something with that. And turn.
High momentum.
Right, Teophania. Abelard. Serve me. Then Abelard break their
Nothing I can't
ranks.
do.
One fewer target.
Wonderful. I think I'm gonna mark this as an
Already
objective.
done.
Inspire Abelard. No, I can't.
Not my specialty. I don't have time for this.
Kinda wish I could bring it down on Pascal, but I can't. So what I'm gonna do,
All too easy.
I'm gonna use it on Idira, and then Idira is going to Psychic Shriek this
Anything
guy.
else?
68 damage, wonderful. And forewarning on
Will do.
Heinrichs, since those two are doing most of the tanking. And that is turn. Next is Heinrichs, who is going to rid me of this servitor. Will a regular attack do it? Maybe. So we're gonna do a warp strike.
Your reckoning is
There we
due.
go. Then Word of the Emperor on everyone but Pascal. Then Hammer of the Emperor. And then Shield of the
Naturally.
Emperor. And Daring Breach, I think I'm gonna save it for Abelard because I have Sworn Enemy.
Victory is imminent.
Sworn Enemy.
I will do like you. I took care of this one.
Wallop. And then we daring breach.
We'll rule the stars themselves.
Then we walk to
A
here.
tactically sound approach.
Then we sweep.
Target well struck. Experience. Nothing matters more.
That's them dead. So then we charge. That's him dead. Then we walk down here. Whack him. Does he strike back? No. We whack him
At your
again.
beck and call. One fewer target.
Requesting cessation of hostilities. I'm sorry that you had to kill a comrade. I also regret / have a negative assessment of this event. The Adeptus Mechanicus still accuse the unit identifying itself as Pascal Hanneman of criminal theft of a unique identification code. Unlike Tech Brother Tarsus, I am not authorized to immediately arrest / execute the unit, but neither am I authorized to drop the inquiry. There are no apostates among us. The piercing voice from the Vox synth is more overwhelming than Tarsus's thunderous roar. Tech Brother Tarsus and the machine spirit that lived in his battle harness succumbed to the suffering that beset them. Their judgment was rash and erroneous. Now their torment is over. I declare them martyrs and am requisitioning Tarsus Hanneman's neural augmetic for the purposes of preserving his blessed memory. An astonished tech priest look on. As astonished tech priests look on, Pascal leans over the slain man's body and extracts the augmetic from his skull. His movements are as precise as they are respectful. Let's listen in silence. Give me your brain! With each word, Pascal's voice grows more powerful and majestic. You saw the agony your tech brother Tarsus was in. His unbridled, pain-spurred faith intimidated you, yet you were silent. Reverence stopped you from raising your voices to proclaim that the machine spirit with which his mind had merged was morbidly affected. The imperative of reverence had paralyzed your will, and you watched a tragedy unfold in silence. The sixth universal law states that comprehension is the true path to knowledge, yet the procedural cycle has robbed you of your comprehension. Therefore, let the cycle be discontinued. There is a clang as Opticon 22's knee presses into the floor. Crimson-hooded heads are lowered. Let the cycle be discontinued. The radiant light pouring out of Pascal's visor grows dimmer. Static creeps back into his voice. Let the cycle be discontinued, tech comrades. What is the reason for this act of genuflection? It has been a long time since the words of the Messiah of Discontinuing were last spoken, openly / over public communication bans. We respectfully welcome wisdom's return. So he is not forgotten after all. Were you among his followers? Negative. I had no contact with Archmagus Amenat, and was never a member of his flock / disciples / retinue. However, my analysis of the doctrine he outlined inspired in me deep respect for / trust in him. Do you know where Amenat is now? Data unavailable. No reports have mentioned Archmagus Amenat since the incident on the Arch Mechanicus Hermetico which led to the presumed destruction / disappearance of that void ship. My archive has no data on the Hermetico incident. The vessel was the blessed Amenat's base of operation. It is lost then? Pascal's voice is filled with anxiety. I presume the conflict between you and Pascal has been resolved then. The data received provides a basis for calling the fallen tech brother Tarsus's hypothesis into question. Out of respect for, / due to the lack of authorization to indict, the followers of the Messiah of Discontinuing, we will not proceed with the detainment / arrest / termination. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Thank you, tech brother Opticon 22. Now that the conflict has been resolved, you may remain aboard my ship. Request denied. The Kappa Thread supply line delegation is leaving Dagonis, expresses gratitude for the hospitality / ceasefire, and proclaims its intent to return to Footfall to resume performing its regular function. The tech priest looks over at Pascal as if waiting for something. Pascal's mechadendrite briefly touches the shoulder of Opticon 22, who bows respectfully. And then, loot. Stub carbine, some flak armor. What have we here? Omniscion axe. That is just a basic Omniscion axe. It is not nearly as good as what Pascal already has. Alright, that can just that can just go to cargo then. Maybe the Scitarius had something interesting. A power sword. Yeah, it's not nearly up to snuff compared to the other stuff I have. You have a sword? You do, but you have like a full sword. Yeah, no, that can just go to cargo. All right, matter resolved. I hope Pascal is happy with the way it was resolved. Hydrate again? Sure. I'm almost out of water though. Thanks, Diamondback. We're ready for any orders, Lord Captain. Alright, let's save. Let us actually go to Dagonis, the capital world of the Von Valancius dynasty, the Von Valancius Protectorate. Let's see, what do we have? Restore operation of the administrative apparatus, talk to the Master of Seals, audience with the Abitus, make planetfall on Dagonis. Loads of stuff. Moist Bear is a happy bear. What do we have? Von Valancius Palace and the Administratum. I think we start by going to the palace. That makes the most sense to me. Alright, who do we bring? We're definitely bringing Solomon. Heinrich's kind of invited himself. I'm bringing Jay when we go to the Administratum, but I don't need to bring her to the palace. So let's look at party composition. I think Argenta. It's a lot of DACA. I'm really starting to feel it now. I am really starting to get tired. We have 9 more hours to go. Glory to the great rogue trader! Long live the rogue trader! Ooh, sneaky, sneaky conspirators whispering. Ten squats? Alright. It's probably really good for me to get up and move a little bit. But I am gonna wait until after this cutscene. Oh, who do we have here? Clementia Wersarian. Wersarian. That's the last name of Abelard. Interesting. Alright, let's get some squats done. And then... Okay, so what we're gonna do is I have missed like 2 ad breaks because I've been too caught up in this game. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do Aurelia's squats, and then we're going to run ads, because after those squats I will definitely need to pee. We're going to run ads, and I'm going to be a little longer than usual. Give me like 5 minutes, because I'm gonna go pee, I'm gonna fix myself another jug of ice water, and I'm gonna get myself another monster. Alright, but first things first, 10 squats. Getting good. Just gonna loosen up a little bit. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Thank you for the exercise, Aurelia. I actually do appreciate it. Alright, I will be right back. Give me 5 minutes and then we continue. ad should be finishing up. Finally! Let's get back to the action. Alright, I am back. And as well as some ice water and a monster, I figured I would have some lunch. One of these bad boys. I'm actually not very hungry, but I figure it'll be about... It's been like 5 hours, maybe 6 hours since I ate, and it'll be like another 4 hours until I eat again. So I'll eat this just so I've eaten something. Just so there's some kind of fuel in the tank.
My lord, reinforcements have arrived.
Reinforcements? Jibby! And Grim, here's a blamed Haffy. Welcome on in, guys. You are joining me for... Let's do some math. That's 4 plus 11. We are in the 16th hour of my 24-hour stream. We are playing some Rogue Trader, and I'm just enjoying a quick break to get some food in me. How was Overwatch, Jibby? That's not a game I've seen you stream before. Pretty awesome. Nice, nice. Who are you playing with? Anyone I know? My mom. I'm sorry to say, Jibby, but I think my mom is probably dog shit at Overwatch. The only video games she ever plays are those like Connect 3 Bejeweled Candy Crush kind of thing. She would suck shit at Overwatch. Hello, Sans. I am still sentient? Technically speaking, yes. Although, I will be honest, bed is starting to look very tempting. Like, I'm gonna make it this time. I am definitely gonna go the full 24 hours. But, I will enjoy tucking myself into bed at the end of this. Cheers! Alright. Let's get back into it. Oh, by the way, if anyone over from Jibby's stream don't already know me, I am Bear Anderson. I'm a variety streamer. A lot of RPGs, a lot of shooters, a lot of action RPG, a lot of action adventure games. Not so much Souls-likes, although I'm not entirely opposed to those. Mainly fantasy and sci-fi, not so much current day, but overall I just play a little bit of everything. That sounds like the kind of thing you're into, then that's the kind of thing you're in for. Anyway, we are playing Rogue Trader. We have just arrived on the planet that is the capital world of the Protectorate that we as a Rogue Trader govern. This is our first time here. We recently took over rulership of the Von Valencia's dynasty. So let's see what happens. The Emperor protects. Welcome home, your ladyship. The stately woman in a long full dress uniform makes a graceful curtsy. Her short graying hair does not obscure her stern features. I am Clementia Wasserian, Court Chancellor of the Von Valencia's dynasty. On behalf of all of Dargonus, please accept my deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodora von Valancius. Her departure is a terrible blow to us all. But as one star expires, another always flares to life. And, although still overcome with bitterness and grief, your subjects hope that you will become the Trade Dynasty's guiding light in these trying times. Clementia. Abelard offers a reserved nod. She nods in return, and the lines on his brow soften ever so slightly. Oh, he looks weird. He looks kind of creepy. The young man quickly brings a respirator to his burnt face and bows his head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implants, and his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a welcoming gesture. Achilles Scalander, secretary at the Administratum Department. I hope your journey to Dagonius was not darkened by unwanted troubles. The Emperor protected us on our journey through the stars. Achilles makes the sign of the Aquila, and may he remain merciful to us till the end of time. So mean, he's just a little charred. Yeah, just mildly crispy. Just crispy around the edges. Just the way I like my pork belly. Does your ladyship wish to survey the grounds? Or perhaps we could sate your curiosity by answering any questions you might have. Governor Urban Drivestem has been notified of your arrival on Dagonis and will visit the palace shortly. The preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your ladyship still has plenty of time before the meeting. Hold on a moment. Clementia, what did you say your last name was? Clementia nods politely. You heard correctly, your ladyship. I am of House Wersarian, Lord Abelard's granddaughter and direct descendant. The succession of service is an effective good. It grants new generations understanding of their function within the mechanism. Chancellor Versarian has held her position at the Von Valancius court for many years. She earned Lord Captain Theodora's respect through acts of great perseverance. There is no room for doubt. Blood had nothing to do with it. The Emperor blesses those who strengthen humanity's domain through their deeds. You have reason to be proud of your progeny. Abelard looks at you in surprise, but then immediately puts on an air of indifference. Thank you, Lord Captain. Why isn't the governor here with you to greet me? Apologies, your ladyship. Governor Drivestem's residence is on the other side of the world, by the Administratum Palace of Dagonis. We sent word as soon as you entered the system, but it takes time to travel the great distances of your domain. Chancellor Wersarian appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness is a subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what is acceptable when it comes to interacting with the new rogue trader. Interesting. I would like to rest before the meeting. Where are my chambers? They are very close, just down the hall. That is also where the study and the audience chamber are. Achilles' face brightened with a pearly white smile, restoring some of his former good looks. Lady Theodora's study has remained locked since her last departure, but, on account of your arrival, we've arranged for it to be tidied up. It is ready whenever you may need it. All right, you are dismissed. I apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to make. Perhaps before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few minutes for a conversation with me. Achilles bows his head. I'm certain you will find my report on the state of affairs in the Von Valancius Protectorate most useful. You know what he kind of looks like from that tiny picture? Follow me on this. A younger, thinner, paler Matt Smith. As in Matt Smith, who played the 11th Doctor? As in Matt Smith, who played one of the Targaryens, I don't remember his name, in House of the Dragon. You can see it, it's the chin. The chin combined with the line of the nose. Yeah. Hey Catatonic, 24-hour stream. We are about halfway through the 16th hour. We are about 15 and a half hours in. Niece fucker Targaryen. It's time to pop this bad boy. That's epic, thank you. I've had a lot of fun so far. I've had a bunch of cool friends who kindly agreed to join me on stream for some collabs. And now we're doing some Rogue Trader, and in about 4 or so hours I will have dinner, and then after that I will be joined for the 4th and final collab of the stream for some Path of Exile 2. How many monsters have I consumed? I am only on my 5th, which follows in line with the limit I've kind of set for myself, which is 1 monster per 3 hours. Which I know that sounds like a lot, but I am used to drinking a lot of monsters. I have a tolerance. It's not like I usually don't drink any of them. 5th today, or 5th since the stream started? No, 5th this hour. Like, since 28 minutes ago. Oh man, Catatonic just, exact same joke I was making. Right on point. No, since the stream started. Actually, I started the first monster about an hour before I started the stream. So I don't think that's too bad. Known people who do worse. Did they remain people? Did they remain alive after doing that? All right. Hey, my retinue left me. Von Valencia's Palace. Why waste time with the can? Just have an IV bag of monster. Yes. Inject it directly into my veins. Can't see who was a person without it. Hey Sans, thank you for checking in and joining the party. Oh, people are spread out throughout my palace. Hello, Warden. Welcome, your ladyship. Let me inform you of the location of the chambers on your dynastic estate. Sure thing. The main throne room is up the stairs and straight ahead. Subject Achilles Scalander informed me that he humbly awaits the opportunity to meet with you there. Got it. Thank you. So straight up and straight. Your ladyship wishes to rest after your long journey, then your personal chambers are up the stairs and on the right. Got it. That's it? Oh, you're just pointing. Okay. If you need anything, whatever your soul desires, be right next to your chambers, eagerly awaiting your orders. Well, somebody's fishing for good boy points. Oh, she has the same hair as I do. Nice. You there, servant. The chambers are ready, your ladyship. Right, well, let's talk to Achilles Scalander first. Before we before we retire to rest. Aristocrat, aristocrat. Oh, Solomon's waiting here. Aristocrat, aristocrat. Oh, I can't go pet Glato. Rogue Trader, the Marshal is ready to meet with you. Do you wish to commence the audience? Yeah, let's do that. No, actually, no. Let's talk to Scalander first. I did promise him a bit of my time. Idira, aristocrat. Your ladyship. Clementia bows her head politely. For a chancellor to a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply. A parade doublet, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber in a gilded scabbard, whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring with the Wersarian coat of arms indicates that she is of the highest social stratum. The governor is waiting on the periphery of the palace. Please let me know when you would like to see him. Awareness test succeeded. The sharp gaze, the impeccably straight back, the composure. For a moment, you feel like you're looking at a younger version of Abelard himself, not his heir. Judging by the scars on the exposed parts of her body, Clementia saw her fair share of combat prior to assuming the position of Chancellor. What are your responsibilities as Chancellor? To put it simple, I am your trade representative. Any and all decrees, deals, official communication, and meetings are first reviewed by me and then forwarded to you and from you down the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your ladyship's property, the palace, the estates, the many gardens, other domains on Dagonis that you have inherited from Lady Theodora. And whenever you are present on Dagonis, consider me your personal secretary. Wow, that is a very important, very privileged position. What can you tell me about Dagonis? All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with the Adeptus Administratum which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems. In accordance with the decree, a share of the planet's population was assigned to the Administratum and converted into servitor scribes. They now toil across the entire world. Dagonis is also the seat of several noble families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express my not-so-humble opinion, I like that she calls it her not-so-humble opinion. No false humility. I'm sure she is appropriately humble, but she doesn't put on airs of being more humble than she is. I respect that. I feel like the Wersarians are very straight shooters. And I always appreciate that. If I may express my not-so-humble opinion, they care very little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more. Well, I can relate to that. And lastly, Dagonis has its own fleet, a luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships, which are used to transport cargo between worlds. Does the capital stay in contact with the other worlds in the Protectorate? Unfortunately, not at this time, your ladyship. After the few representatives of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica on Dagonis went into a frenzy, some of the Psychers were tragically pacified by the respective authorities. Since then, communication with the neighboring systems has been unreliable at best. Thanks be to the Master of Mankind that you managed to find your way to the capital. Alright. If the noble houses are so volatile, what sense is there keeping them? Over the many centuries, an intricate hierarchy has formed within the ruling elite of Dagonis. The great houses do more than plunder your treasury. It is replenished to a large degree thanks to their administrative work and their lands. Naturally, you can get rid of anyone whom you consider a surplus to requirements, but right now it could threaten the fragile stability that is currently holding the Protectorate together. Any other issues I should be aware of? Apart from the disrupted communications, Dagonas was recently raided by enemies of humanity. However, the fleet, under the command of Captain Matthias Wersarian, again Wersarian, man, the Wersarians are really embedded into the power structure, triumphed over the accursed Xenos. If you ask for my opinion on this matter, we have the situation completely under control. You catch her avoiding your gaze for just a moment, for the first time. It is obvious that Clementia is looking out for her house's good name, but despite the confidence in her tone, you can tell that she does not entirely believe her own words. Oh. Tell me about the governor. Urbant Drivestem is a well-respected man, and not just on Dagonas, but throughout the Protectorate. For many centuries, his house has supported the capital's administration and the logistics between the Van Valencia systems. The Drivestem's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dagonas. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urbant specifically be made the next governor. The way you speak of Drivestem, I hear a hint of either contempt or resentment. No, I don't believe I feel either, your ladyship. Clementia's steely eyes stare into the distance, her jaw clenching visibly. She speaks in a polite but clipped manner, clearly flustered by your insight. We have different views on how to run a world. We sometimes have discussions over the laws that are enacted. But we both work for the good of the Van Valencia's Protectorate. That much can be said without a doubt. Love the implication that Abelard is so damn good. Theodora was like, oh shit, you're one of Abelard's? I need you in a position of power. Yeah. That could very well be the case. I mean, Abelard is the shit. I am very happy with Abelard so far. Alright, thank you for the report. Now, what can you tell me about Achilles Scalander? Why, none at all, your ladyship. Secretary Scalander is an outstanding individual and a loyal servant of the Van Valencia's dynasty. In Lady Theodora's absence, we collaborated on a number of issues related to the well-being of your domain, and he has proven himself quite capable. And I don't know why, but even the governor trembles before Achilles, which is unusual for a man of his, shall we say, standing. Alright. While the governor can wait a little longer, I have matters to take care of. Certainly, your ladyship. However, her thin lips twist slightly. I do not concern myself with the governor's feelings, but I must warn you, your action or inaction may be interpreted in a certain way. Now, if your ladyship will excuse me. I most certainly will. Thank you. Hey, Pascal is holding court with other tech priests. Good for him. Where is he? Where is our little crispy fried goth twink? Is that him? That's him. There he is. Speaking to Heinrichs. The slender figure, clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths. Achilles, it's been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She is in good health. She sends her regards to you as well as her wishes for your swift return. Heinrichs frowns. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Achilles thumps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You hear the clanging of metal against metal. I'm not so foolish as to fail to notice a conversation in code. Your insight deserves credit, Rogue Trader. Then again, I expected nothing less from Theodora von Valancius' successor. Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalander properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an agent of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Master Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague who is engaged in other matters in the Corona's expanse. I'm sure you'll find Achilles' services useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. Greetings, Lady Theophania von Valancius. Allow me to once again express my deepest condolences on the loss of Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Kunrad Voidvir's accomplices on the capital world. Do you know anything about what has become of Kunrad Voidvir? The former Master of Whispers is a heretic and a traitor to the dynasty. Achilles nods grimly. Word of his treason reached Dagonis too late. Kunrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately once he had sown discord in the mind of the gullible and naive. The worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of doubt, but it seems unlikely that the Wardens got to everyone who has allowed doubt in their hearts and now nurtures it in secret. Right, what are your responsibilities here on Dagonis? Officially, I am a secretary at this world's administratum department. Less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root of upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I am concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Corona's expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I am still trying to re-establish contact with many of my agents. Tell me about Xenos. The residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with enemies of humanity. But recently, the loathsome beasts seem to have completely flown off the handle. We're receiving reports from ships that made it through the warp to Dagonis. Both they and the colonies that they departed from are being attacked. We have identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat, the Drukhari, humanity's ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant on your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue trader's ship should they find the circumstances to be in their favor. Unfortunately, in the host of humanity there are those who are willing to grovel before our enemies in the hope of a valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics. Achilles glances at a data slate. Overwhelming evidence indicates that a plundered void station in Langren's belt is being used as a base by a band of pirates who are not above dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call to these scoundrels themselves. I'm pretty sure I've already been there and dealt with that. Do you know anything about the Cult of the Final Dawn? My knowledge is deplorably limited, your ladyship. All my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. I'm certain that Master Van Kalox can tell you much more about those heretics than I. Right, about your unofficial work. Yes? Whom do you truly serve? The rogue trader or the interrogator of the Inquisition? Ilias quickly glances at Heinrichs. I think that tells me everything I need to know. And whom does the rogue trader serve? The Golden Throne? The Protectorate? Could it be that one stems from the other? And if so, is there any sense in discussing it? Ooh. That was very, very deftly deflected. Very well, very good. Alright, I have learned all I wanted to. Achilles bows and brings the respirator to his burnt lips. Alright, you promised me a report on the present state of affairs in the Protectorate. I have already forwarded all official reports to your Seneschal. He is being, as they say, a sussy baka. Honestly, no. I mean, he's being secretive, but if he's working for the Inquisition, I think he's being perfectly reasonable, actually. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dagonis's political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the capital world, and I thought it would be best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dagonis, much like nobles on most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever is the weakest, or whomever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dagonis are well-respected, rich, and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years, and found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition of power, they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I would recommend giving particular attention to are the Drivestems, the Gapraks, the Sourbacks. I should also mention the Wassarians, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, to the Blue Bloods' great displeasure. Alright, tell me about the Drivestems. The Drivestems are the ancient governor house of Dagonis. Predictably, the greater the wealth of the Von Valancia's protectorate, the fuller their coffers grew. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that urban Drivestem's rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. Ooh, that does sound suspicious. I find that these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the Drivestems, but we lack solid proof, and it might never surface. The closer an official is to a rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of the Von Valancia's heir, not her servant. Alright. What makes the Gapraks special? The Gapraks hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives there are many servants of the Omnissiah, and the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in their business connections. The Gapraks oversaw the industrial shipments within your protectorate. Until recently. Ever since the astropathic communication with Kiava Gamma was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. Yeah, that makes sense. Tell me about the Sourbacks. Religious and hard-working, the Sourbacks own many enterprises, including distillation manufactorums that produce promethium. I must note that lately members of the Sourback family have been prone to overly liberal statements about the Von Valancia's dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora was a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper oversight. I would like to know more about the Wassarians. The Wassarians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschal and as so he wasn't even inheriting anything to work with. Abelard founded the line, so it all started with him. That is impressive. The Wassarians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschal and as such are nominally considered nobility, at least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy from which Lord Abelard hails. On Dagonis, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they were never granted an official title, a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dagonis. And secondly, the other families do not see them as equals, but more as upstarts clinging to the rogue trader's favor. The Wassarians are responsible for the capital world's fleet and the majority of the cargo shipments on domestic routes. After hearing all that, I feel the urge to have every one of those sycophants executed. No. I am myself a noble. I am used to this. Enough about the nobles. Was there anything else you wanted to report? There was, your ladyship, and at this time it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet. Xenos, the threat they pose both to you and to humanity as a whole. The last few months have been difficult for the people who report to me. my eyes and ears scattered throughout the corona's expanse. Warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the immaterium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or other. Still, I managed to establish communication with some key individuals who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xenos raids. Damn upstarts clinging to the rogue trader's favor compared to the rest of the nobility who are experienced clinging to the rogue trader's favor. Yes, I was thinking the exact same. Sans. Achilles looks you in the eye without blinking. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next. I do not doubt that Governor Drivestem will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, Teophania, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes an intervention from the rogue trader and her mighty void ship to avert a disaster. Okay. And then I'm going to be rude, and I'm going to ask something that politely I shouldn't. The scars on your face, what happened? About 5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of promethium exploded in the storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dagonis saved my body, except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery. Alright, well, thank you for your report, Scalander. That was actually really helpful, very insightful. According to the message I received a few minutes ago, Governor Drivestem has arrived at court. I imagine that the Chancellor is already preparing to arrange the meeting. All that is left is to notify her that you are ready to see Urband. Yeah, about that. I have other matters to attend to first. What did he say? Oh. I think it's now time to see the judge. And then we can see the governor after that. Rogue Trader, the Marshal is ready to meet with you. Do you wish to commence the audience? Yes, I am ready to discuss our business. Oh, look at that procession. Lex Imperialis. Marshal Gregorus Strax. Two markedly distinct figures approach your throne. Marching in front is a man clad in Arbites armor. Adeptus Arbites armor. He carries his helmet in the crook of his arm, but his stern facade serves him as well as any visor could. He bows to you sharply. Marshal Strax of the Adeptus Arbites. Interestingly, the entire nobility, only with Syrian and Salabak, have a real position on the rogue tradership. Yeah. I mean, at least important enough to be named. I would assume that there are some lesser scions of the other noble houses distributed among the officership on my ship. Just not in any of the key bridge positions. An old woman walks in the marshal's shadow, her body fitted with dozens of scribing implants and magnifying instruments. If not for her eyes, quick and inquisitive behind a giant pair of ocular lenses, you might have mistaken her for an exotic servitor. Her robes are adorned with sacred symbols of the Adeptus Administratum. The woman bows. Rogue trader Teophania von Valancius, I, Prefect Inscribia Vultur, greet you on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum. I will now begin the due procedure of official address to the ruler of Dagonis, as formalized by Amendment 4-N/10 to Law SK-941. May your name be wreathed in glory for centuries to come. May your fortunes ever proliferate. May the God Emperor bestow upon you a duty worthy of his chosen. A monotonous droning is making you weary. It seems she intends to go on for a good while longer. Alright, well, I'm going to listen to the end. This is protocol, and this is important. The prefect resumes her elaborate formula. You notice a few poorly concealed yawns and frenzied blinking among the crowd. The speech drags on for another 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes? Jesus Christ, get over yourselves. You pass this test of fortitude honorably. At last the prefect's address comes to an end. Abelard, what are these people doing in my domain? No, I'm not going to do that. I do not recall seeing you at court. What is the purpose of your visit? The marshal leans forward. His voice is low, and when he speaks it feels as though the marble tiles of the palace have begun to vibrate. The Adeptus Arbites delegation has arrived to greet Lady Theodora's successor and to see the extension of our decades-long arrangement. Abelard, why is she old? If I may continue for you, the prefect steps forward, dragging her feet slightly. As per the decree of Theodora von Valancius, ORD 0-037/3N, the representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites are sanctioned to use the Palace of Justice, oversee tithe collection in the Protectorate, and review any and all cases of tithe avoidance, tithe exceedance, or other irregularities. These rights have been formalized in numerous pacts and statutes under the main decree. Considering your new position, you may have yet to acquaint yourself with all these documents. You are the successor to Lady Theodora, whose alliance with our two sacred organizations forever glorified her as a rogue trader closely tied with the executors of Holy Terra's will. And we, as representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites, must verify that you are able to maintain this alliance that has brought such repute to your dynasty. All this reading starting to get to me. The prefect scrutinizes you, as if trying to estimate your proportions and weight. That is why we have arrived in person, as the present circumstances have provided us with a chance to see if your intentions concord with those of the late von Valancius. And what circumstances are those? The prefect's lips contort into a twist. Our work has been disrupted by unforeseen setbacks regarding communication and transportation. As our requisitioned assets were not adequately prepared, we have lost some of our personnel and resources as a result. The arbitrators are too short-handed to perform all the duties expected of them. Since they first arrived in the Expanse, their numbers, limited from the outset, have only continued to dwindle. After analyzing the situation in accordance with Amendment FS/893-24 to Decree ORD-037/3N, we have decided to notify you of a tithe violation committed by one of the worlds in the region. This regrettable lapse must be rectified as quickly as possible. The old woman shivers and rubs her augmented hands together with an unnerving creak. And which world was it that had the misfortune of drawing your attention? Thasara, a feudal world far from the main routes that was bereft of the Imperium's light, then rediscovered less than 2 centuries ago. It supplies agricultural resources and manpower. Well, I will carry forth the responsibilities taken on by Lady Theodora. I offer you my help. An arbitrator will be assigned to you for increased security. Protector Anthar, front and center. Marshal's voice thunders over the arbitrator ranks, and Solomon Oh, so that's his last name! Ah. Marches over to your throne, his cyber mastiff at his heels. Thank you for your support. I will go to Thessera as soon as I can. The Emperor protects. Marshal makes the sign of the Aquila in a motion so sharp you can practically hear it cutting the air. The prefect adjusts her ocular lenses with a weary sigh. And once again, no specifics given, of course. In my report, nobody ever stops to think. She quickly catches herself and offers you a bow. Tithe avoidance. That is a serious crime. Nominally, I don't give a fuck if the Imperium gets its tithes. However, I do care about my position within the Imperium, and if my worlds don't pony up their tithes, that reflects badly back on me and potentially hurts my position. So therefore, I need to deal with this. Alright. I think I have delayed enough, hopefully humbling the governor a little bit in the process, because he is due that. Let us meet the governor of my capital world. Your ladyship, Governor Drivestem is waiting in the audience hall. I advise you to respond to his lateness in kind. That way you can let Urbant know that his behavior has not gone unremarked. But I would not delay too long. Right now the court is closely observing your every step. Reckon tithes go to you and you get a cut and then send the rest further along to the bone chair. That could be it, but I actually think it's two separate things. I think as their overlord, as their protector, I take a tithe from them and they pay a separate tithe directly to the Adeptus Administratum. I think. At least that's what the game seems to imply. Like one is regular taxes and the other is imperial tithes. I'm not sure, but that's what it seems like to me. Alright, tell them I'm ready to see the governor. Clementia bows before leaving. I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study. Oh, in my study. Governor Urband Drivestem. Theophania von Valancius, 20th in her line, rogue trader, keeper of the sacred warrant, and ruler of the Coronis expanse from the Cranach system to the 100 Dreams crossroad. I bid you welcome. Urband Drivestem, governor of this great world. First and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It will be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valancius. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. The citizens of Dagonis and of the entire Protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. The governor glances at Kibella anxiously, then immediately averts his gaze. Then he looks at her again, but when Kibella lets out a grim chuckle and stretches her lips daubed in fresh blood into a petrifying grin, the governor turns away from her sharply, all but squealing in fear. I don't like any of these options. I think half a year of mourning is fine. I would also settle for a little less. But I don't like the indifference here. I don't care, do as you see fit. I would like to say half a year seems appropriate. I approve of this. Go ahead. Instead I can say no need for mourning or more mourning. Yeah, I don't like any of these. I will choose... Do as you see fit. I will immediately give all necessary instructions. He casually presses a few buttons on the cogitator built into his gold bracer. Esteemed Teophania, Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy, together. And let us carry on where she no longer can, by leading the Von Valancia's protectorate to even greater prosperity. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, the astropaths of Dagonis flew into a rage, and they had to be subdued. We're gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak, and the routes are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expect them to. Given that the vast majority of ships in the Dagonis Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the Von Valancia's dynasty and billions of its subjects is presently at risk. Conrad Voitvir, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face on Dagonis? The governor pensively strokes the rings glittering on his fingers. Lord Voitvir visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering in the corridors have come from. I shall be frank with you, your ladyship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manner of rumor and misinterpretations, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue trader. However, Conrad Voitvir was once a true boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. My subjects' doubts are understandable. Too many things have changed in too short a span. I will prove myself worthy of my position. Why, Teophania, your desire is most commendable, but please do not forget, a ruler should never bow to their attendants, or some might see it as a show of weakness. So what exactly do the Dagonis nobility expect from me, in light of the loss of routes and communication? We are all troubled by the fate of the agri-world Janus that supplied Dagonis and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rebel to revolt. Furthermore, House Gaprak is perturbed by the loss of communication with the industrial world Kiava Gamma, which is in their charge. But if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention the most is the penal world Veabus 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Such intriguing concern for the Veabus 6 outpost. Doesn't your house happen to own the extraction stations there? Drivestim's beady eyes widen in fear. Your ladyship, I beg of you, do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decision in any way. You see, without Veabus 6, the manufactorums on your worlds will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange for new shipments. And in these troubling times, they run the risk of delays and of other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the Von Valancia's dynasty. Well, I've already visited Janus. Governor Viat found herself facing a number of problems in my absence. What's that in the cookie jar? Oh, it's your hand. Truly, the Viat line is one of the oldest in the Von Valancia's protectorate. If the inheritor of such well-respected blood could not handle whatever had befallen her, then the situation must have been extraordinary indeed. The Stenza Viat is no longer in charge of the world. She is dead. I have delivered Janus into more capable hands. I think that will give him an idea. The Viet line is broken. Such horrible news. Oh, it will shake many who are connected to the Viets and who are used to the immunity that comes with our class. So much for planets and trade routes. What else? Your ladyship, I don't rightly know where to begin. He rubs the bridge of his nose wearily. Otherworldly beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Coronis expanse. They have been a menace to the worlds this side of the Maw for decades. But now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no signs of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty, or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We're in the process of restoring the astropathic choir of Dagonis. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers, although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Scalander will keep his word and offer you his support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Viabos 6 has been of particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible, again with the Viabos 6. Now, to issues on a smaller scale, there is a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession to the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprising are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done about them?
Gee, I wonder if any of these discontent minor houses who just so happen to be rivals or enemies of House Drivestem. Gee, that would sure be a fun coincidence if that was to happen, wouldn't it?
Kibella, command the spinners of the blood-spun web, and they will set a fine snare of retribution, Domintiaphania. We will whisper names, and that whisper will drown out insolent voices. Alright, let's see what we have here for options. Yeah. Eliminate the most prominent malcontents quietly, but do not threaten entire families. Hopefully these steps will be enough to keep the rest from causing any more trouble. Once your ladyship's wrath descends upon the guilty, have no doubt there won't be a soul on Dagonis willing to share their fate. And one last thing, your ladyship. Your inauguration as bearer of the Sacred Warrant is but a matter of time, and I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you are intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship, of being represented on Dagonis by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be accorded to House Drivestem.
I am so fucking tempted to give it to the Wersarians. I love Abelard. I love Abelard's family.
I really don't like this slimy bastard. So here's the thing. My character is supposed to be a noble. So here's what I see from a role-playing perspective. From a role-playing point of view, I feel like my character sees through this guy. He is transparent. She understands the games he's playing, but she also understands that in the slimeball backstabbing world of noble politics, you kind of have to play ball. If you just purge everyone who is a slimeball, you kind of end up turning everyone against you. That's how I see it. But we're Syrians, though. Yes, but we're Syrians, though. I'm just gonna try this option. Which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dagonis. The Drivestem family, which I lead. The Gaprek family, with long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Sauerbachs, known for their piety and diligence in service. Perhaps I should also mention the Vassarians, who have some influence, but are not actually of noble origin. Any one of these houses would be honored to represent you at the ceremony. Not wrong, doesn't change your opinion. Yeah, fair. I mean, I think he's a piece of shit too. I just also think that maybe he's a useful piece of shit. If I were doing a different kind of playthrough, I would go with House Drivestem. However, I am trying specifically to do a kind of noble, heroic, iconoclast playthrough. So I will go with the Warsarians. And then we'll see how Abelard reacts to that. Your presumption is wrong. I will bestow this honor upon the Warsarians. Abelard turns to you and bows respectfully. Lord Captain, to accompany you at such a critical hour is the greatest honor for the Vassarian bloodline. Have no fear, we will not fail you. Drivestem tosses Abelard a look that lacks even the smallest shred of respect. Forgive my boldness, but I must remind you that the Wassarians, whose lineage traces back to a navy officer, are not of the Dagonis nobility. Such decisions may have adverse effect on your subjects' loyalty, your ladyship. Drivestem's face breaks into a bitter smile. I shall immediately relay your commands, most gracious rogue trader. Thank you for your time. Tell me about yourself and House Drivestem. Is that a threat? And again, due to the cut and thrust of noble politics, I already understood that it was a threat. He understands that I understand it's a threat. Our blades are out. They are crossing. Outright confronting him about it is kind of a misstep, because that actually weakens my position. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dagonis. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations as they cared for this world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governing bodies within the system subservient to you, and we are responsible for the Protectorate's logistics and economic stability. As for me personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject of the Rogue Trader. And, to my great pleasure, I had the honor of calling myself Lady Theodora's close friend. You know who is a great example? Like, this guy is a rich noble slimeball, and we detest him? Then you have our high factotum, Janris Danrock, who my initial impression of him was that he was a rich noble slimeball, but he actually won me over by having some actual quality to him, some actual fiber. I think those two contrast quite nicely. At Urban's last words, Abelard lets out a sound that could be interpreted as either a snort or a cough. Urban gives him a look, which Abelard meets with an expression of utter nonchalance. That will be all, I take it? Thank you for your time, your ladyship. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be with you. Anything interesting here? Pieces of furniture obviously well cared for. Surface still covered with lots of scuffs, scratches and stains, traces of the previous rogue traders who sat at this table. Start off hating Generous, end up fucking liking him. Oh, that the entire rebellion thing wasn't in the game. Yeah. Generous is pretty damn cool. Oh, can I open this on my own? Yay! Mech fucking squeeze me? A multi-melter? Yikes. 60% armor penetration. A muesli melter? 3 action points to fire, though. I mean, we're gonna grab it. I don't know if we're ever gonna use it, but it's certainly good to have. Oh, that's the balcony. Let's see if there's anything out on the balcony. Walk out here, immediately sniper fire starts happening. Sweet. Paint mark, polished metal, likely left by glass. Oh, goods. What do we got?
What is that?
Some icons, some silk, and a masterful cameo of a saint. Ooh, freeze capture boots. Whenever the wearer moves through a cell occupied by an enemy, plus 15 dodge against that enemy's... You know what? That can go straight to cargo. What is in here? Oh, my bed chambers. Oh, hidden door. Now this is more interesting. Mysterious item, undoubtedly created by inhuman hands. Mysterious Xeno artifact rests in a stasis field. There's a lot of Xeno stuff left behind by Theodora. Playing with dusty tomes, your eyes linger on the works of several. Here. Electrified shardnet, heretic trophies, Xeno artifacts. Holy gifts, okay. Excuse my yawning. I will admit, now that we are over 16 hours into the stream, it is starting to catch up with me a little bit. It's an ally with an area attack, where it gains +1 stack of the Zealot effect. No, straight to cargo. Plasma Shaper. Ooh, if I remember to put this on Pascal, that would be really good. Pascal? Maker's Hanneman? There you go. Then this... what do you have for gloves? +5 persuasion. You have for gloves. do you... Wait, where is she? Gloves. Oh, right. Well, I guess we just leave the sniper gloves off. Assyrian? Yeah, no, definitely keeping those. Definitely keeping those. Alright. Let's sit here. The secret room is remarkably quiet and almost homely. Perhaps your predecessor used it when she sought complete solitude. Listening to the muted melody coming from the Vox speaker, you can easily imagine Theodora reading a book with a glass of expensive wine. And choose a book. Several books are stacked next to the sofa. Some appear ancient, while others look like they have never been opened. Among Theodora's data that has been restored using your cogitator is the phrase Litanies of the Motive Force. It is the title of the books here. Right, let's choose that book. As you pick up the book, a hidden button in its spine clicks under your finger. You notice a short inscription in the book from a faithful servant of the dynasty in lasting memory, DVV. Let's have a glass of wine. 3 sealed bottles sit on the sturdy-looking low table. They are labeled Grandmaster's Blood, Boon of Terror, and Flame of Purity. You recall the vision of the past that Adira told you about. She said Theodora's favorite wine was Flame of Purity. Let's pour Flame of Purity. The wine fills the glass, glittering in the dim light of the room like liquid gold. Its tangy flavor burns in your throat, leaving behind a spicy, biting aftertaste. You hear a short, faint hum as an unseen motor stirs into motion. Change the music. The vidscreen of the data slate before you displays the names of several Vox symphonies. You recognize the melody that is playing right now. It is the first of 36 parts of the Symphony of Honor and Duty. Right, let's take the second part. The music in the speakers momentarily grows louder, filling the entire room, then goes back to normal, seemingly without any change. The room responds to your actions with a quiet, grinding sound, and a small nook reveals itself in the nearby wall. Inside, find a databank bearing the Von Valancius coat of arms. Yes! Alright, I think I have to read that back on my ship at the cogitator. Anyway, we have ads ongoing, so I am just going to take a quick break, use the bathroom, don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Alright, ads are done and we are back. Let's get out of here. Yeah. Wonder how much more there is to do here in the palace. Good morning, Zahel. I hope you slept very well. Anyone down here I want to talk to? Nah, doesn't look like it. Alright, let's see if there's anyone in the throne room we still need to talk to. Aristocrats, Solomon. See if Solomon has anything new to say. Nope. Oh, that was a misclick. Actually, I want to read this. This is kind of cool. You wouldn't believe the kind of poisons Glyto has detected in your various nobles' possessions. Fortunately, they've made no attempts on your life, so I limited myself to sending them a simple message. They may squabble as much as they like, but the moment it puts the Protectorate at risk, they will feel the hand of justice bearing down on them. Oh, Cassia is entertaining one of the aristocrats. My compliments to your taste in art. The collection here is extensive and most interesting. Got some loot. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Lovely jubbly. Let's see what Magus Hanneman has to say. My appearance has caused a slight disturbance in the rank of the servants of the Omnissiah assigned to the palace. Analysis of the performance of rituals and maintenance litanies has produced a satisfactory result. Looting your own palace. Yes! After all, who's going to stop me? It's literally my stuff I'm taking. Oh, a curiosity merchant with a cyber eagle. Oh, how am I not allowed to talk to... Oh, there we go. Okay. Not sure how I slept. Part of me felt like I slept like crap. Another part felt like... Oh, I've had those too. I've had those too. Feels weird. A finely dressed man greets you with an incredibly radiant smile. His meticulously polished jaw augmentation reflects the palace's interior as sharply as a mirror. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lusarius Carmelan, a collector of curiosities. Perhaps your ladyship will find something useful among my offerings. That is a beautiful eagle. What is its name? His polished jaw shining, Lusarius extends his hand towards the bird, a hand likewise made of shiny metal. Her name is Aquila. As soon as I saw her, I knew a creature of such proud grace simply must be properly taken care of. Now Aquila is an integral part of my life, as I am of hers. With a shrill cry, the eagle stabs her benefactor's metal palm with her beak. The augmetic groans, while the merchant is still smiling as he modestly puts his hand back into his clothes and out of sight. Apologies. Aquila is still getting used to my replacement extremity. She liked the old one better. Judging by Aquila's displeased look, the bird's fondness for her owner's original extremity was of an elementary rather than affectionate nature. What kind of curiosities do you sell? Lusarius points to his eagle, still smiling. Equipment for noble cyber assistants, of course. The demand is modest, as few in the Imperium can afford such luxury, but I am glad to have found my calling. Judging by his expensive attire and ostentatious augmetics, Lusarius's wealth is unlikely to stem directly from his curiosity business. He came here following his heart, it seems, and not his greed. I am a rogue trader, and I seek the rarest of curiosities. Do you have anything of that sort? My collection will offer you the biggest and broadest choice in all the expanse. However, even a devoted enthusiast like myself has his limits. There is a certain captain who owns a unique protocol, a family heirloom which he has refused to sell me. His ship is called the Renegade's Fail. Perhaps you can chart a path to his hoarded treasure. I will send you the coordinates of the place where we last met. Let me see what you have. Domination and elimination. Ooh. Well, that's pretty fun. What else do we have? Servo Skull Swarm. Oh, that's pretty good too. Death Grip. Gains 5 strength and weapon skill. Falls unconscious. Don't like that one. Winged Delusion. Cyber Eagle. Yeah. Analytics module. I'll just take all of them. But some of them... The analytics module I don't particularly like, so that can go to cargo. The Cyber Eagle one can go to cargo. Death Grip can go to cargo. Cannot play in a way that willingly puts damage on a dog. Alright. So here's what I'm wondering. If I try to leave the palace, what will happen? Anything out here worthy of my attention? A little bit of loot and some of my companions. Oh, grab the loot.
We need to investigate.
Oh, what did you spot? I am not sure what I spotted. Aristocrat, nobleman. Ooh, messengers from Kiava Gamma. Definitely want to speak to them. Oh, I thought he would have something more to say. I am there, which means... Oh, that is what I spotted. There we go. And Jay is entertaining some noblemen. She is doing business. She is happy to be doing business. Business, business, business. Probably selling them something that does less than she claims. Yeah, or selling them something that they and she in no feasible way should legally have access to. What is Cabela getting up to? Make your people leave, Damin. The idle questions are getting in the way of my watch. The rich. The word legal only works if used by other rich people you don't have dirt on. Exactly. Or if you have your own private pocket interrogator of the Inquisition that you can sick on them. Wasn't there someone else of my crew here? Oh yeah, Itriel. Where is Itriel? Oh, there. Irliet. Not. Why do I keep calling her Itriel? Her name is Irliet. Wow. Walls of your home suffocate me, Elentak. I long to leave this twisted world. The first opportunity. Well, you're the one who wanted to tag along, so you're gonna deal with it. Magenta is out receiving blessings. Oh, I thought I saw loot, but I guess not. No, there is no loot down here. Oh, immortal God Emperor, be merciful to us. Well, I guess we are off to the Adeptus Administratum. Valancios. Oh my god. What is this? Terrible news from Dragonus, Lord Captain. A subsidiary hive city, Scipione 84-249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production has halted, and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading the transport lines leading to neighboring hives. The surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What is your directive regarding the distribution of these refugees? What is the cause of the catastrophe? It is still unclear. The noble houses are casting blame on one another. Agents of the esteemed Achilles Scalander stationed in Scipione 84-249 died heroically while trying to save the population from this disaster. The final reports mentioned some vulnerabilities in the industrial sectors of the lower hive, but did not go into further detail. All your servants are currently too busy dealing with the consequences of the crisis to investigate its causes. Okay. What is this? Requires 1 provision. I will gain 1 efficiency. Lose 1 complacency, or I will lose 1 security. What say my advisors? The death of Achilles' agents troubles me. It may not be a coincidence. Until the cause of the disaster can be concretely established, I would avoid letting refugees into other hives. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend setting up prohibitive cordons where the refugees can be contained in the wasteland between the hives. The Emperor bids us to face the often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If the other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of this tragedy, then let the victims themselves teach those living in the hives a lesson in resilience and humility. I am sure that the Ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive out in the wastelands and establish a community of proud desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions will be a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness. This tragedy, a feat of spirit. Jesus, Argenta, that sounds fucked up. The noble houses are trying to wash their hands of this. How predictable. And yet it is their duty to see to it that the planet meets its tithe obligations and brings glory and revenue to the treasury in your absence. Let the aristocrats see the refugees and not stop until every last one of them has been put to work. Gain Blood of Scipione. Gain +1 efficiency. Or I will gain Bane of Scipione. Alright. I want the +1 efficiency. No. I will draw upon the noble houses. Abelard, remind the noble houses of their duties. Lady Clementia will ensure that your declarations find their way into every ear and are zealously embraced. The hives that have accepted the refugees are now overflowing with surplus labor. The refugees are willing to work twice as hard as the usual workers who are already exhausted by their everyday toils. Many refugees have entered the rogue trader's service and replenished her ship's crew. Sir, the peasants are revolting. Yes, they certainly are disgusting. Do you think humanity will regress to monarchy in 40,000 years? I think 40,000 years is such an incredibly long span of time that it is downright impossible to predict what may or may not happen. Dagona's noble took no pleasure in distributing the refugees. Some of them have found their way into the personal service of the nobles, thankful to receive a Nutribar and a mat to rest on for 4 hours between shifts. Others could only attain the most grueling jobs at the manufactorums and service stations. They may be oppressed, but they have survived. Diaspora scattered across the hives of Dagonis. Oh? New contract. Okay, I need to look at those, but yeah. Yes. But first, a project. We can establish a new hive. That costs me 1 provision and 3 plasteel. I have plenty of provisions. I have enough plasteel that I can easily take this. And I get +1 efficiency, complacency, and security. I gain +2 profit factor, and I gain 4 people. That already looks very good. Let's see what else is on offer, but this looks very, very attractive for me. Extasiums for the nobility. Palace extasiums will be constructed on top of the ruins of Scipione 84-249 for the aristocracy. The dead and the dying will fertilize the gardens that will ring these pleasure chambers. More profit, more complacency, more efficiency, but not more security. Same profit factor, I don't gain the people. Costs me 1 people, 1 plasteel, and 2 phlogiston. Pure numbers, that seems good. It is, however, monstrous, and I do want to stick to my somewhat good guy playthrough. What is Emporium? The surviving spine of Scipione 84-249 will be rebuilt into a space elevator. Okay. Will capped by an emporium, accepting those ships that are too heavy to land on the surface. That seems really good. Doesn't cost me anything. Gives me 5 jewelry. How much jewelry do I have? That's not jewelry. Oh, it's cargo. Ah, and 5 ship components cargo. Okay. Gives me 3 profit factor, 2 efficiency, 1 adamantine, 1 mechanisms, and 2 plasteel. Oh, that seems pretty good. Emporium seems good, but I think the right thing to do for my character is to pick Restoration. Alright, and then we land on Dagonis again. Oh. Room. Just palace. Yes, go to the administratum. And for this one, I was gonna say we definitely need to bring Jay, but she actually invited herself. Okay, so Abelard, of course. Pascal seems a good idea. Who else do we bring? We're mainly there to do some skullduggery to give Jay an official seal of approval, to let her conduct business more efficiently. So from a role-playing point of view, we probably don't want the interrogator or the lawman along. So based on that, we bring my pet assassin and Idira. Yes. I am not expecting any combat here, but, you know, I could get surprised. So just in case, we're gonna set up a proper... that is not what we want. Honestly... something like... oh wait. No, we do want 2 at the back. Want these 2 at the back. These 2 on the flanks. Central, like so. What a poor dungeon run. Let me see if I can do better. Oh? Greeting protocol. Welcome to the Palace of the Adeptus Administratum. Identifying. Your ladyship, please follow me. Alright, I will follow you.
Victory awaits!
Okay, I guess I'm going in here.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
Oh, what did you discover? Ooh, some goods. Gimme. Oh, the Muster of Seals. What do we have here? Chronicle of Case. Ooh, this might be interesting. I am not reading that case number, so I'm just going to leave it on screen. If you want to read the case number, feel free. Here it is. The parchment looks grease-marked and old, as though it has passed through many, many pairs of hands. Servant of the Imperium, Elias Tantanal filed a declaration with the Adeptus Administratum that he is the sole heir of House Tantanal, the legal sovereign of the northern continent of the planet Ergonorex. According to the submission, Elias Tantanal cannot exercise his right to his inheritance, as the wider family tree includes an individual who shares his full legal name. According to the petitioner, this individual is his great-grandfather. Given the loss of documents confirming the death of the second claimant to the inheritance, Elias Tantanal is petitioning for confirmation of this relative's death and permission for the enactment of his inheritance right. Petition reviewed. Preliminary review period up to 15 Terran years. Forwarded for review 23 Terran years, 4 cycles from date of submission. Request for a copy of the death certificates of Elias Tantanal sent to the archive of the Departmentum Monitorum, 28 Terran years, 2 cycles from date of submission. Before I read any further, I'm just going to predict that the petitioner is going to end up dying before this comes to conclusion. Request rejected, 39 Terran years, 11 cycles from date of submission. Second request sent to the archive, 44 Terran years, 4 cycles from date of submission. Request approved, 52 Terran years from date of submission. After 48 repeated petitions from Elias Tantanal, a third request was sent to the archive. 79 Terran years, 7 cycles from date of submission. Copy of death certificate of Elias Tantanal, great-grandfather to the petitioner, received. 84 Terran years, 6 cycles from date of submission. Documents forwarded for formulation of decision granting permission for the enactment of the inheritance rights of Elias Tantanal, sole heir of his house and legal sovereign of the northern continent of the planet Ergonorex. 101 Terran years, 5 cycles from date of submission. Here it is. Date of Elias Tantanal, recorded by servants of the Adeptus Administratum. Place of death, Q16, Wills, Legacies and Inheritances. Waiting Hall, Palace of the Adeptus Administratum, Dargonis. 106 Terran years and 2 cycles from date of submission. Death certificate of Elias Tantanal sent to the archive of the Departmentum Monitorum. 114 Terran years, 10 cycles from date of submission. Petition for the enactment of inheritance rights following the death of Elias Tantanal and for the issuance of a copy of the death certificate received from the deceased's daughter, Eliza Tantanal, 114 Terran years, 11 cycles from date of submission. That in cargo. That was a little short 1-act comedy outlining the risible nature of the imperial bureaucracy. Alright, Mr. Master of Seals. Arf, arf. An ancient-looking woman in a voluminous robe peers at you critically through her ocular lenses when you descend into the bowels of her bureaucratic domain. Another noble bypassing the queue under the pretext of just wanted to ask? All you highborn ever want is just to ask. But what about protocol? That's what I'm asking. Who's going to follow protocol? Jay glanced at you at whispers. What? So I paid off a few clerks to let us skip the queue, Shireen. Your time is more important to me than any little formalities. Very well. Don't just stand there. You're here now. Or do you think the Master of Seals has nothing better to do than receive unexpected visitors? The old woman beckons over a servo skull floating nearby. Begin entry. Current hour, current turn, current cycle, 41st millennium. Metal manipulators immediately begin to feverishly clacking, taking dictation. Well, I'm just gonna get straight to business. I'm not gonna waste her time. My companion wishes to obtain a Macatum Tabula Officiale. Master of Seals peers over her ocular lenses at Jai in disbelief. Then she looks at you. I take it you are her sponsor? In that case, you must submit a written application in conformity with template number 404.01, as well as written permission for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your most sacred personage. Without it, I cannot issue Mistress Hidari. Mistress Hidari, the form for collecting the seals required to obtain the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, the certificate of an official trade representative. At these words, the saccharine smile drops from Jay's face. Seals? What seals? We will discuss that when Teophania von Valancius has prepared the primary documentation. Abelard lets out a stoic sigh and rolls his eyes. You get the feeling that this is not his first personal interaction with the administratum bureaucracy, nor is it his second. Kibella surveys the room and slowly removes her hand from the handle of her weapon. There is only one thing that can kill you here, Domin Teophania, and that is old age. Well, I know better than to try and fight the bureaucracy. I'm going to try and pull rank and cut through it if I have to, but at least initially, I'm going to try and play along. The perfectly sharpened quill scratches pleasantly on the parchment, but for the first few minutes. The obfuscatory phrasing, footnotes, amendments, you are forced to write out the same details over and over about you, the Protectorate, Theodora von Valancius, Jai, and then also every living person who bears your family name. If you do not know all the required information, you must complete supplementary forms. That took an hour. I was expecting worse. The Master of Seal nods in approval and stows the scroll into a tube labeled with your name. Next is the consent form for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your most sacred personage. Alright, I give my written consent. Scroll is whipped away into another tube by the Master of Seals. Protocol executed. Application received. Processed. Approved. The Servo Skull Scribe taps out each word after its mistress's pronouncement. So we just spent 2 hours doing this, and she has approved our application. Now, to some, it may seem that we are being hamstringed by the heavy-handed, clunky bureaucracy of the administratum. To my eyes, this lady, while remaining in her role, while remaining true to protocol, is fast-tracking us hard. The uninitiated might say she's not duly respecting that I am the rogue traitor. I think she is. I think she is granting us a lot of leeway and a lot of expediency that no other person would be granted in this situation. Like 2 hours? For anyone else probably wouldn't even be in this room with her, but if they were, this would be taking days, maybe weeks, maybe more, maybe months or years. We got it done in 2 hours. So I think we are being expedited. I think we are being afforded a tremendous amount of leeway and respect here, just subtly. Come on, esteemed Damar. What is it? What's that you're saying about seals? The old woman unhurriedly holds out a printed scroll to Jay. Here is your document, Mistress Hidari. Unfortunately, it does not yet have legal force. I can certify it as a sacred Mercatum Tabulae Officiale once it has received 2 seals of approval. They are easy to obtain. In the Imperium Court, Administratum Servitors have been handling such tasks for over 50 years. There is one such servitor here on Dargonus in the Rogue Trader's Palace. The second is duty-bound to keep the seal in the Telecus Epsilon system. Love that this old woman has a portrait, but the governor of your capital has not. Oh, I didn't even notice that he didn't have a portrait. Good point, Sandstale. Good point. Why can the seals not be affixed here in the Administratum Palace? According to Amendment 3-C/8 implemented by Prefectus Istinia II of Dagonis, one of the seals must be kept in the palace of the ruler of the Von Valancius Protectorate, remaining a symbol of the unbreakable link between the Sacred Warrant and the Adeptus Administratum. The second seal, the ocular lenses perched on her nose click as she rifles through mouldering scrolls with her wrinkled fingers, is held in the Telecus Epsilon system in accordance with Decree OL-008/ZN. Unfortunately, after a fire 200 years ago, all that remains of the original decree is an addendum certified by an unknown adept with the initials AA. No instructions repealing this decree were ever received from Holy Terra, therefore the seal remains where it ought to be. Find Administratum Servitors, have them place 2 seals of approval. The goal is clear. Master of Seals nods with satisfaction. Please do return once you have prepared the documents. Yeah, you know what? That could have been so much worse. That was fine. That was fine. Okay, so 1... seal is easy to get. We can just go to my palace. We just have to find the right servitor. The other is going to be more tricky. The Telecus Epsilon system. I don't even know where that is. Hold on. Telecus Epsilon. I'm just going to see if that's anywhere we've already been. Telecus Epsilon. That is somewhere we've already been. It's kind of a long way off, though. But yeah, we could go back there. Like we have to go to Silence of Massegrit anyway. Wait, Telecus Epsilon, is that where... Yeah, that's where Janus is. Oh, got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. But let's first take care of the one in my palace. Von Valancius Palace, please. Yeah, let's just stick with this party. Long live the rogue trader! So I'm looking for a servitor. I'm thinking it's probably going to be inside the palace. Just having a quick look-see on the way there. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably going to be inside the palace. Oh, it asked me for my, It asked me for my, I'm trying to say, for my retinue, but then it just puts me here alone anyway. I guess that's pretty much a guarantee that combat, well, not a guarantee, pretty much a very high likelihood that combat won't happen. Press any key. Which one's the any key? Alright, Curiosity Merchant, Scalenda, Wassarian. I did not see the servitor. Maybe it's one of these. Escalator. Damn it, I don't know what I am looking for. Something told me there was loot in here though, so I'm gonna check that first. Goods, what is this? Oh, just a shardnet. I'm just gonna look this up. I am not in the mood for like an extended scavenger hunt. I feel like that's kind of a waste of my time. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Find the seal on Dargonus. Oh. Okay. Okay. Actually, a bit more to it. Oh, while I was here, I wanted to check out these contracts. Free profit factor in order for 10 provisions. I don't want that. 4 weapons in order for people and provisions. 2 profit factor for 5 provisions, 4 people. Or provision for 1 complacency. Or plasteel for mechanisms and people, and info security for all colonies. Okay, good to know. Anyway, I now understand what I must do. I must go here and trigger a cutscene. Okay, so Jay is trying to get the seal from Clementia. Your ladyship, I apologize for this ugly scene, but might I ask that you rein in Mistress Haidari and put a stop to her inflammatory actions towards me? As the Exalted One is my witness, Shireen, I tried everything I could to spare you any unnecessary headache over the seals for the Mercatum Tabula Officiale. I even showed this aide with a temper worse than the sandstorm the certificate with your signature. But your Chancellor has merely kept batting me away with her flail of baseless denials. I suspect that the reason for this has nothing to do with my humble personage. Mentia purses her lips and glowers at Jay. Oh no, this isn't about me at all. Jai narrows her eyes as she peers into Clementia's face until the latter finally looks away. I see. Well, Chancellor, will you tell us yourself or should I help you? Mistress Wersarian, I require a document be certified. Where is the court servitor, the keeper of seals? I'm afraid that my words may anger your ladyship. Clementia lowers her head in shame, as if offering it up to be removed from her head. The seal you are looking for was lost over a quarter of a century ago. Her ladyship Theodora von Valancius ordered a new one to be delivered from the Imperium, but, as you well know, we are a long way away from Holy Terra, and with warp storms ravaging the Coronis expanse, we've been unable to receive a replacement to this day. Could this be the seal in question? This is, without a doubt, the Administratum seal from Winterscale's realm. But why is it the original and not a copy? Ah, I think I understand. Well, the laws of the Imperium do not prohibit heirs of other houses from using the seal in time of need. I will order to have servants of the machine cult create a duplicate, so as to avoid such embarrassing predicaments in the future. There is something I must discuss with the Chancellor in private. Oh, by all means, Shireen. I dare not waste any more of the precious balm that is your time on matters related to me. If I may excuse myself. Oh, doesn't have anything new to say. Alright, I must take my leave. I'm at your service any time, day or night, your ladyship. So that was one. And then for the other, we need to go back to Janice. Is that what we want to do right now, though? I feel like we're kind of drowning in quests and rumors and contracts. I'm not really sure what to do now. I think, you know what? My brain is turning to mush. I think the sleep deprivation of the 24-hour stream is finally catching up to me. So, just so I'm not spinning my wheels and getting nowhere, I think I'm going to call it. Not for the stream, of course. Not for the stream. We still have 7 hours to go. But I'm going to call it for Rogue Trader. Quit while you're ahead. Quit while the game is good, as they say in Danish. We're going to quit Rogue Trader. We're going to just play some plain old Path of Exile with some song requests, some chill stream, something mindless, until it is time for the collab. Well, until it's time for dinner before the collab with North 90s.